All right. Okay, cool. Looks like I got everything working finally. There we go. Yeah, the streaming setup on YouTube is way different than Twitch. It's got quite a few more things going on in the background, I guess. Anyways, so I accidentally found the other day that there's Easter stuff going on. I actually had no idea that they were doing that in the game. The music's different. I'll have to come back and give the Easter stuff a look later to see what's going on with that. For now, though, I want to unlock the Reaper stuff because I accidentally came across that the other day. I just randomly picked the quest up, and I was like, "Oh, that's the Reaper stuff. Okay, I'm gonna have to unlock that. See how it compares to Monk." I don't anticipate it taking me away from Monk or anything like that. Just because Monk is so much fun, but you never know. I haven't looked at anything about Reaper really other than the fact that it uses a scythe. Still not quite as edgy looking as the as Dragoon though. The Dragoon armor is like just top tier edgy. I think this is the right quest, right? Yeah. Alright, let's see what we got. Lalafell with a mustache. That's not weird. Ah, you know why you're here, and if you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you'll have to pry my cold, lifeless. Master, Jichilo, she's a friend. The adventurer has agreed to help. We'll show the Reaper what her empty intimidation is worth. Let's see. I see. My apologies, madam. Tensions have been high as of late, as I'm sure you understand. For reasons that elude these Lemurus, have made my life waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded I begin paying them for luxury of my life. Rumors around their origin. Some say they are detritus of some barbaric nation. They flout our laws and threaten their betters with impunity. They're led by dead-eyed killer by a dead-eyed killer who draws her scythe at the smallest sight, refuse their payment of coin, and she takes her share of the lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. The Reaper is not but a toothless bandit. Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it? Uh-oh. The fucking mustache. It so doesn't fit the character. You're the Reaper. Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be possession of so many things. Shiny things. Oh, she's like old. I don't see many old ones in the game. And what do we have here? Hire in more help while your ledgers remain unbalanced. You might be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? Ah, the double cross. You hired these Lumers before? Lumeres? I'm gonna have to look that word up. My, how do you keep the lies straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were? So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put a scare into your competition. A job we are happy to do. You can find the fortune in the fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way, after all. But as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we only have one recourse, unless... One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon mettle. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze. And not a mote of puffed-up arrogance either. This lass, my dear Gigilio, is the genuine article. She has what we call in the mercenary trade. Wait. She has what we in the mercenary trade call killer instinct. How's this for the sake of a long stand-in friendship? I'll make simple allow me to take this adventure off your hands, and your debt is forgiven. What? That's all? Is he wearing a dress? It's kind of funny. Dress and a mustache. I believe this is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've been made a free agent, but if you're still inclined to put those instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door's open. It's one of the most ridiculous looking Wallafels I've ever seen. The mustache and everything. Oh, they're in the back alleys, of course. It's kind of funny. I actually had no idea that this alleyway had a name until just now. The boss told me you'd be coming in. Yeah. boss, the guest of honor has arrived. I feel like my character's face looks different. Ah, the savior of Alamigo and Doma deigns to appear before me. I've heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories paint you as ferocity incarnate, a force of nature. Few have survived. Peace, friend. I have no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. You can call me Drusilla? Yeah, you can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Depends on the job. I really do feel like my character's face changed. It looks different. Now don't you worry, virtuous hearts. That virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't task you to do such as bend the law. The job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. I can't be evil, not even once. All you have to do is kill one for me. Okay, maybe that is a little evil. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. Don't look so surprised. It was a blank face. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time you'd be up against Void Scent. Come here to unleash a singular brand of wickedness upon the world. It won't be easy task. The evil-driven, this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for our inclined to worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? I guess as long as I get a scythe out of it, it's going to be worth it, right? You can't face it as you are. Though, storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in the techniques that let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. So edgy that you can slay the edge. What would you have to teach me? What could you have to teach me? Oh, she's a Garlean. Don't see many Garleans in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone one as savage as this. Save your startled gasp. I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you are in for a treat. This is pretty cool. That's it. I know you had what it takes. This would be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power Stygian. It's a race from Conan. Stygian power of the Void Scent on your other side. The Void Scent, to which, if you so choose, will be, you will bind to yourself. You gain the skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment should be to walk the path. Should you walk the path. Is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of our realm. Your reward will be wisdom of countless generations and Garlean assassins. But if... it's timed. But if Sidon something... And if you've concern for sanctity of the soul. However, I was waiting for it to auto-skip. However, if you've seen none of the aforementioned objections, and you don't mind walking the knife's edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tool to see justice done, and done right, every time. This is a choice you must make, and soon. Every moment our quarry stalks the land, another opportunity for it to harm. Well then. Come to a decision, am I right? There's no turning. There be no turning away once you've chosen your mind. You'll dance with death and return as its envoy. And you won't return at all, or you won't return at all. So what'll be it? I will not suffer the void scent threaten the innocent. I will dance. Very good. Then let's waste no time. Take up the crystal and attest to both worlds. Yeah. That you walk as a reaper, bind yourself to the void, and claim the strength that the weak of the heart shun. Through the avatar at your side, does the void scent bring its power, bear feeding upon the soul of the fiends that you cut in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? Almost sneezed right into the mic. Barely saved it. I'm locked. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Oh no. I forgot my inventory's like full for armor. Wait. Did it? What did it say? Insufficient what? Oh, come on. Armory chest. Can I not change to anything? Let's see. Okay. Armor chest space. Oh, it's talking about chest pieces. It has to be talking about chest pieces, right? Got it. Because it was taking armor off. It's a pretty cool armor set for starting. Very cool, actually. Alright. Well. Oh, another gauge. Soul gauges fills, execution of a certain weapon. Defeating enemies with sufficient death design. Gluttony is acquired at 76. It's always kind of crazy picking up one of these new classes that starts at like 70 or whatever. Or new jobs, I should say. And you just get flooded with abilities, and it's like, well, now I gotta sit here for like an hour and read them all. I'm not actually gonna do that, but it's kind of how it feels if you want to like figure out how things work on your own. See here. Gotta get rid of some of this stuff. Cannot be sold. Cannot be sold. I had like the wrong person now. I don't care. It'll be good for now. Gotta move that to a useful spot. There you go. Alright, let's see what these do here. Delivers a weapon attack potency 300, additional effect increases soul gauge, okay. Most of these increase soul gauge. That there. Soul gauge. Kind of wish when you pick up a new class it wouldn't put all those on the bar up here again, and it would like save the location of skills that kind of flow through each class, like the second wind and stuff, and just put them in the same spot. Make things a lot faster. What does this do? Increases soul gauge. Fuck. Trying to find where the AoEs are. This is a buff. Grant yourself. Crest of Time borrowed to self, creating a barrier that nullifies damage. Okay. Whirl of Death. That has to be an AoE, right? Potency. All nearby enemies. All nearby enemies. No. These probably can only be executed with the effect of Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver, Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver, Soul Reaver, Soul Reaver. So those are probably the spenders, I would assume. Like they spend the soul gauge, most likely. Increases soul gauge. Second cooldown. One aspect of damage for 300, so that'd probably be a filler then. Just got a low cooldown. Combo action with Waxing Slice. Gotcha. Is there a lot of abilities with combo action with Reaper, or is that just the only one? No, it's not. Spinning Scythe. Nearby enemies, so this has got to be AoE too then. Yeah. Quick dash. That one's got to go on W. Does it go backwards every time, or is it the direction you're running? Backwards. I'm gonna have to remember that. Otherwise, I'm gonna like jump backwards off of a build of a like a boss platform, expecting to go forwards. I can just see like going from playing dancer or monk, thinking I'm gonna go forwards or towards a target, and just right off, get myself annihilated. 100% definitely gonna do that. How's it going, Solid? Oh, and that procced this one? Deals an aspect of damage. What is... proc? Looks like it procs it every time. What is this? Okay. Yeah. I'm just, I'm putting together Reaper. I saw that I had unlocked the quest for it the other day. I found it by accident, so... I wanted to give it a shot and see if I like it more than Monk and stuff like that. Looks like there's an RP event going on out here. So what does this do? Deals an aspect of damage with potency of 300. Oh, it's ranged. If I do that, makes it instant cast. Got it. That's kind of cool. Slice, increases soul gauge, and it procs this. Which then procs that. Alright, so you gotta... I don't want to do this. Would you like that? Go 1, 2, 3. Maybe I'll do it this way. Yeah. And this feels right to have that there. Just feels intuitive. Okay. What is this? Delivers an attack with a potency of 300 additional effects. Afflicts target with death, increasing damage. You deal by 10%. 30 seconds. Extend the duration of this design by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60 seconds. Okay, so you can use it twice and it stacks. You only have to do it once. Do that once every minute. Increase the soul gauge by 10 if the target is KO'd before the event. Okay. That won't matter a whole lot most of the time. Must have to be like a mob that's like of level that would grant you XP. Oh, and it proc those two things. Summons your avatar. Here. Oh no, it didn't. That was the soul gauge. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I've got that. Then you can summon the avatar, and you didn't really engage with the avatar or with the Reaper. I'm saying avatar because of this. With Reaper, just leveled it to max. Yeah. No, it seems like it'd be pretty fun. So far, most of it seems pretty intuitive. Like they're just combo abilities, so it won't be like hard to go through with it. I don't know what this is. Does that need a certain level? What does this need? It says it's procced, but it... Huh. Oh, and then that would be like the AoE version. This is 200 all enemies in a cone. This one is an attack with potency of 400, 460 when executed from target's flank. So it's positional. Flank enhanced to 520. Action change the blood or blood stock changes. Unveiled gallows and under the effect of enhanced gallows. Huh. This part's confusing me. Yeah, I'm not understanding, like, just off the bat, why that was procced, or it had the dots going around it, but then it was grayed out, so I couldn't use it. And the action Bloodstock changes to Unveiled Gallows while under the effect of Enhanced Gallows. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. And these grant the effect of Soul Reaver. But then what grants the effect of Enhanced Gibbet, not Enhanced Gallows? No, this is Gallows. Yeah, I don't know. Just by reading these, I don't understand what those are doing. Or how those work together. I'm sure it's one of those things like once I see it, and I start understanding how they work, it'll be like, oh, okay, that was really simple. But just looking at it, I'm not seeing it off the bat. I'm just going to fill up the gauge real quick here and then give it another test. Alright. So it's that. And this one is Gallows. So I'm assuming if I use it first, I gained Enhanced Gibbet, so then this would do more damage if I could use it, but I can't because it's grayed out, right? Yeah. I have to do that again, and then I can do it. Okay. So now it's starting to make sense. So I would build up the soul gauge, preferably to 100, because then I could use Gallows. Which would then give me enhanced Gallows, I think, right? And then I could use this as an enhanced ability, which would increase the potency to 520. In the story, no, I'm not in the post-passage or anything. I'm in the... Here, I'll just open up the... Oh, I don't even have it. I just finished Still Meg. I've been really busy for the past about 6 days. I haven't really been able to play a whole lot. And I've been saving the story for live streams. And this is the... kind of like the test, I guess, for YouTube. And yeah, it seems like everything's kind of working really well. So I'll be picking up the story again here soon. I'll probably go live tomorrow and start streaming the MSQ here on YouTube instead of on Twitch. I decided to bring everything over here back just to YouTube for live streams, just because then I can how do I explain it? So if I were to, I can link my Twitch to this YouTube channel and then upload the VODs from Twitch to this YouTube channel, but then they upload as 6 hour long or however long I streamed videos, and they get mixed in with the videos. But if I live stream here on Twitch or on YouTube, then the VODs get saved as lives. They don't get mixed in with the videos and all that stuff. So I figured it would keep things more organized I don't have to create multiple channels, because then if you want to do like a clip channel for Twitch, also you end up with like a full VOD channel, and you end up with your main channel, and you end up with a clip channel, and you have it gets really messy really quick. And this seemed like the best way to just kind of keep it organized, was just to keep everything on YouTube. And then people who subscribe to, you know, my MSQ content and stuff like that can pop in and watch the live stream if they want, and if not, they can watch the VOD, and they don't have to go to another website or anything like that, or another YouTube channel. So they just seemed like the best way to kind of go about things. So yeah, but the reason why I haven't like progressed further is just that I've been really busy with work and stuff for the past few days, past week really. And today's the first time I've had the chance to really play. So yeah, it would have been messy, right? Then if you wanted to curate, it's time. Yeah. Yeah, it is easier to commit more time to these two. Because then I can just kind of, even if I'm not streaming like Final Fantasy, I could just, you know, hop on and, you know, chill out with people and talk and stuff like that. Like if I'm playing like Trackmania or another game, stuff like that. Yeah. That way it doesn't divide people also. That, and I'm like on Twitch, while I was streaming, like I'm constantly like, I'm still nervous streaming here, but not as much on like Twitch, because I could just randomly get like it hasn't happened, and it probably won't happen, but thought like in the back of my head of being rated by somebody with like 100 viewers or something like that, and then I go from sitting there with like 3 or 4 people watching to having like 100 people watching me do MSQ. Like I'd have to stop the stream, because I'd be like just sitting there shaking. I wouldn't be able to focus on reading the story or anything. So, because I don't know what it is. Like I can get up and like give a speech, you know, and talk in front of a bunch of people, no issue. But when it comes to when it comes to like live streaming and stuff like that, it feels way different, and I'm not really sure what in my mind makes it feel that way, but it does. So I guess it's because like when you're giving a speech, nobody's really gonna like yell at you or something like that, or get angry, or if they do, they're usually gonna keep it to themselves. Maybe you get like a heckler or something like that, like you would in a comedy club, but you know, for the most part, people won't do anything. But if they jump in and they don't like your content, then you get like a bunch of hate comments like in real time. The thought of that, I think maybe that's what it is. So so I think because I haven't unlocked Endwalkers, I don't have another quest for the Reaper to do. Unless I didn't pick it up. Let me go back and check. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, pseudo performance anxiety. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. You know, a lot of people like go to they go to certain streams too to like see like high-end gameplay and stuff like that, and it's like, well, like if it was World of Warcraft and I was like currently playing, I could probably do that. As far as like show off like higher end gameplay or stuff like that. Not really PvP wise. I never really got super into PvP, but I was really deep into like raiding and stuff in WoW. Mythic raided for quite a while. Before that, heroics. Like basically, I raided from TBC all the way through Legion. I stopped like right at the beginning of Legion. So I raided for forever there, and all on a warrior as well. The reason I came to 14, mostly just because, well, that's actually, it's kind of a, I won't give the whole story because it's kind of a long, like, reason. But essentially, like, I was running a guild in World of Warcraft. Played WoW to Legion, but was playing 14. Yeah, WoW never clicked with you. Yeah, I get that. WoW is like, so like the reason why I picked up WoW, I was playing RuneScape when I was a kid, and then WoW came out, and I was like, this is like RuneScape, but better. So I jumped over to World of Warcraft, and I basically just had no idea what I was doing. I played forever, not really knowing what I was doing, probably a couple of years before I started to really get into it. But because I looked at it like it was RuneScape, and if you look at it that way, it's like they're not even close to the same. But yeah, so I came. The reason why I came to 14 though is I was running a guild in Classic WoW, and I had played 14 a little bit before, so I knew a little bit about it, but never did MSQ, never really did got anywhere, far with it. So I knew it was like a good game, but before I was running a guild in Classic WoW, and I did that from. I started the guild with my friends about 6 months before Classic WoW released. We built that up in Discord and then launched and everything, and we did really good. We had like I think it was a week 2 clear of Molten Core, which was pretty cool. That was a really fun week. It was a lot of fun going through, and as we went through, we got to the point where we were unlocking the gates of AQ40, which is on Courage. It's a raid, and to unlock the gates of AQ, the whole server has to come together and like put together millions of resources. So it's like you'll need like, I think it was like 800,000 like linen bandages and all kinds of stuff, and you like pool it together and you turn it in, and as soon as you turn those in, then the gates unlock. And if your server doesn't turn everything in after like 2 months, it unlocks on its own. But we wanted like a week 1 unlock on our server, so we worked together with like the Horde and everything, and collaborated and made sure everything happened. We got it done within a couple hours of the launch. Everything was just turned in. It was pretty crazy how quickly it happened. And my guild, we ended up getting one of the Scarab mounts from the launch for that week too. It was a whole thing, like putting it together. It was crazy. But because we worked together with the Horde, there was people on both sides of the Horde and the Alliance on our server that just flat out like unmitigated hatred for us. Like we were being harassed. There was people in our guild that got doxxed. People were getting calls at, like people were calling, like there was a police officer in our guild. His station was getting calls from people in World of Warcraft. And they were like making false claims about him and trying to get him fired from work. Like I don't know the exact of what happened. He didn't get fired or anything, but that was happening to a bunch of people within our guild, and it was just basically that tore our guild apart. Bunch of people quit. They're like, I can't deal with this. We were getting death threats and stuff, and it's funny because we reported these to Discord, and those people were getting banned like immediately, like just getting IP ban, hardware ban from Discord, like flat out right away. We reported those people with proof of what was going on to Blizzard, and Blizzard told us to deal with it. Basically, they're like, well, we can't do anything. It's like, what do you mean you can't do anything? Like, this is like gone way too far. And they wouldn't do anything to help us out with it at all. So our guild basically just fell apart because of the harassment that we were getting. And yeah, I won't play Blizzard games because of that. And I wanted to play an MMO. Oh, hey Bong, it's going good. But yeah, I wanted to play an MMO again, and I didn't want to play a Blizzard game. I don't want to go back to World of Warcraft anyway, so I chose to give Final Fantasy another try, and I decided to play through the story and everything this time, and then it kind of sucked me in. So that's why I'm in 14 now. Stream's going pretty good. Just chilling out right now. I just unlocked Reaper, and I was trying to figure out how all these things worked, all the abilities. I think I kind of got it mostly figured out. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about 14, by the way, is you can pick up a new class and you take 20 minutes and just kind of read the abilities real quick, and it's like, oh, this does this and this does that, and you can just kind of put it together. Yeah. But yeah, I saw you just Bongo, I just saw you sitting out in Ul'dah just a minute ago. I ran right by you. Yeah, no, I like classes where they have a lot of abilities and stuff like that to focus on. Otherwise, I kind of get bored. That's why I get bored of Dancer, even though it's a lot of fun. Because sometimes as Dancer, you just pushing like 2 abilities over and over because you're not getting procs. Yeah, only thing you play that's Activision is Call of Duty and Modern Warfare. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Call of Duty too. I haven't done it recently just because I don't know. I don't have the time to like put into an FPS to like be decent at it. Otherwise, my aim was like really what's. It takes a lot to like get your aim decent in an FPS. Getting ganked doing daily tasks, yeah. Yeah, like anybody can be really good at an FPS. It's all about just like building, like you just got to focus on your hand-eye coordination and then your reaction times. You know, so you end up like having to download, like if you want to be decent, because a lot of people cheat in FPS. Like FPS is like the worst as far as like cheaters go, and hackers. So if you want to compete with those people, then you have to get like really good, and you end up downloading things like aim trainers and that beat game called OS. So you sit there and you play it, and you're like clicking and going all over the place, and like using that to train your reactions and stuff. At least that's what I did in Overwatch when I was playing Overwatch, to get good at it. The wiggle, yeah. Yes. The wiggle that killed Tarkov. Yeah, that it's funny because I have a friend who's really into Tarkov, and I ended up buying it to play with him, and I played for about 4 or 5 hours, and it was really weird to me because we kept going through these levels that supposedly had like full lobbies, and I never saw anybody. Very rarely did you ever see anybody. And every time we did see somebody, it was an NPC like Scav or whatever. And I was getting bored because it was like, we're just running through picking things up. Like it was right after a reset. We're just running through picking up items and then sorting it in our inventory and then running through another one and picking up items. And there was never actually like a lot of combat. And it kind of makes me think that because it was towards the start of a reset that people were using their like cheats to avoid everybody else, and they're like, oh, there's people here, so we're gonna go over here and we're not gonna do anything, we're just gonna collect stuff. Yeah. You despise Dancer purely because the machinist as itself is ranged is the weakest. Oh, the weakest for ages, yeah. Isn't machinist like pretty good as like damage wise right now though? I think. I don't know for sure. I don't look at the what are those called? The logs too much. But yeah, Tarkov feels really really boring. Um, because I'm not like super into. I don't mind the nuts and bolts of it. Like it's kind of cool to like the customization of your weapons and stuff. But then like just collecting things just seems boring. I'd rather like go through and have more of like a PUBG style. Like you drop in, you go through, you kill people, and when you win the match, maybe you get more points, and then you could spend those points on weapon customizations and items, instead of like collecting items as you're going through. About Rust, Rust, like it looks fun, but I could never play it. I can't stand games where when you die you can lose everything, or people can steal your stuff while you're offline. So I've never played it, even though I'll watch like streamers stream it and stuff like that. It's kind of the same as Sea of Thieves. I hate Sea of Thieves because you can spend hours like collecting stuff, and then one person can come along that's been playing forever and is like really good at the game and just destroy everything that you've done for the past couple hours. And it's like, yeah, it's not fun for me to do that. It's fun for them because they're ruining somebody's day, but it's not fun for me. Yeah. Oh, they buffed Machinist. Okay, yeah, because I did see some videos that were saying Machinist was terrible, and then I looked at like the logs and I was like, oh, they're not that bad. But I guess if they buffed them, that's probably why then. Yeah, there's a lot of griefers in like NFPSs and Tarkov and stuff. Yeah, no, I've never really. I don't like games where people can have fun by griefing, because those people kind of they ruin the community in a way that they drive out all the average players, and then all you're left with is like griefers, people who are brand new to the game who haven't been pushed away yet, and the people that are like amazing at the game. Because griefers usually, they're not like top tier like pro level players, they're just above average enough to be able to like push the new players away. So it's like it keeps the community from getting really big. I wish there was like a Sea of Thieves game. I really want to play a pirate game that's like that, but without the PvP. I think that would be really fun to just have a pirate game, like a pirate MMO. That was like that quality, I should say. Because there's pirate MMOs out there, they're just not really good quality. Oh, Conan Exiles. Yeah, no, Conan Exiles, the amount of the... Yeah. Conan Exiles, it's kind of funny. That's actually the game, I think, on Steam, other than Final Fantasy, that I've played the most. I have the most hours in. Let me give it a look real quick. Let's see here. Conan Exiles. There we go. Yeah. No, I have way too many hours in Conan Exiles. I've got 3,200 hours in Conan Exiles myself. But that's not on like regular servers either, so. Luckily there's Rust servers where you can't offline raid bases, yeah. Yeah, offline raiding is probably one of the worst things about it. Like, I don't understand why they didn't think about that initially. That should just be a default setting. That you can't offline raid people. I think they added something like that to Conan Exiles recently, or not long ago also. But yeah, on Conan Exiles, I played mostly on like roleplay servers. There's some really good ones. Some really good like voice roleplay servers, even kind of like the GTA RP, but Conan. Like there's some really funny stuff. One of my favorite things. There was a the last season or the season before, because the RP servers on Conan have seasons where they like refresh and start over. But you can take characters from old seasons into the next season, so you can continue their story on. But a couple seasons ago, there was a group of goblins on this server, and one of the goblins, because goblins are crazy, right? And they're like kind of dumb, so they were playing like these crazy, like stupid people, and making like crazy voices and stuff. It was really cool. They were like top tier, like RP, and they one of the goblins was running around and taking a dump in people's horns. So a horn is like, it's something you would place outside your base. So you would place a horn outside your base so that when you're inside your base, somebody could come along and blow the horn, and it would let you know that somebody was there, so you could come and interact with them. So this goblin, he was running along and taking a dump in people's horn, and then leaving there's these like little notes to, like, when you walk up close to them, it brings up this UI element that says whatever you want it to. So he would be like, he would write the horn smells like, somebody, smells like crap or something like that, and has flies going around, and it looks like somebody did something to it or something. So he was dumping on everybody's horns. It was hilarious. There was a couple times where people caught him while he was doing it too, because he would, even if nobody else was there, he would RP out him, like crapping in the horn and like make fart noises and stuff. It was great. Yeah. So, yeah, the Conan RP is really fun. That stuff is really fun, especially on like the voice RP servers. Yeah, just for the logs. Yeah, Conan is really janky, especially with the mods and stuff. It's really bad. Baratisad? What's that? Tist? Yeah. But yeah. Has quite a roll off. Ray does quite roll off the tongue. Okay. But, so the Eorzean names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. I feel the exact same. That's so true. Does playing 14 entice me to play other mainline 14 or Final Fantasy games? I haven't played any of them. The only time I ever played a Final Fantasy game was when I was a kid. I was over one of my friend's house for the night, and he was playing Final Fantasy VII. I think it was 7 on his PlayStation 1. And I watched him play, and he let me do one of the battles once. That's all I've ever done. So it does make me want to play him, though. I've had people suggest a couple of them. I think they suggest playing, I think it was either 10 or 11 first, something like that. Yeah, I think that was one that they were suggesting to play. I know 16 is coming soon, and that one looks like it's going to be good. $11 is the other MMO, right? Okay, yeah, I probably won't ever touch 11. Yeah, so 10 is probably the one that people are suggesting then, because I've had like 2 or 3 people suggest one. Yeah, don't. I think he'll give us a wide berth. Any road, we've more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants, namely getting you conversed well in the tricks of our trade, And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the family having trouble with particular Vexen fiend and hasn't sent word asking for assistance. He's going by the name of Arnegis, and he's stationed out near Cutbreeze Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for the trade and can find a needle in a stack of needles. Yeah, that is where you would hide a needle, if need be. We'd best hurry before the ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Okay. $12 is a good choice too. That is a lot of needles, yeah. Not the best story. Would be massive, sounds, etc. Separate, blue. Yeah. Who stacked them so neatly? Yeah. No, it's kind of funny. I forget who I heard it from, but they said that you know, why would you hide a needle in a haystack when you could hide it in a needle stack? Because then nobody will ever find the needle, because they're all needles. You won't know which one's the right one. But yeah, so it's funny. There's a YouTube channel that I watch that, or maybe it was a short that I saw, where they posted a video about Final Fantasy. It was a game. It's a game shop. They were in like a retro game shop, and they posted a video talking about Final Fantasy, and they're like, "What's the most overrated game of all time?" Is what they said. That was the question they were asking. Yeah, it is sound logic. But yeah, they were asking the question, "What's the most overrated game of all time?" And the one guy's like, you know, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of shit for this, but he said his most overrated game of all time was Final Fantasy VII. Because he's like, it's got a strong start, but then the story falls apart like halfway through. And I was like, oh, I've never heard anybody say that about Final Fantasy VII. Kind of makes me wonder if you know, people have like the blinders on for it, or if he's actually like correct, or if it's actually like one of the best games ever. You think you watched that same video? Yeah. You might have, yeah. It's like a retro game shop. It's a pretty cool, like little short channel. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegis. But ain't needed. But it ain't needed. Yeah. She has a personal contract with me, so consider her a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you say in front of me, you can say in front of her. By your will, boss. A chimera has been making these sands living hell for anyone who dares wander into the territory, which should be us, since our trade route cuts right through it. The men I've hired carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. We'll see what we can do. Arnegis might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Yeah. The ants are clicking in my ears. Time to put your new skills to use, Ray. Yeah. All right. Ready, are we? Yes. Let's do it. It was the first game you played on the PS1 at age 6. Wow. I don't know if it wasn't new when my friend was playing it, because I was like 10 or 11. I don't think it was new. It definitely wasn't. Because I think the PS2 was out at that time. It was like early 2000s, like really early 2000s when he was playing it. And I remember looking at it and thinking the graphics looked really old. Even though I guess they wouldn't be. Maybe I was just like used to Halo or something at the time. And I was kind of expecting Halo graphics. Let's get on with the hunt, eh? Draw out the Chimera and the Nimrodin. Now, to accustom yourself with the Reaper's tools, harvest tools fallen. Okay, Reaper's summon, yes, okay. I feel like I'm not getting a buff from that like I'm supposed to. Additional effect afflicts the target with death. Increasing... Oh, it puts it on the target, not me. Got it. I don't like these down here. I'm gonna have to put them somewhere else. What's this? Oh, shit. So I've got to charge forward and then jump back. I just noticed that. I didn't notice that until just now. Let's see, 460. Put those there. There's a lot of abilities here. I need to get an MMO mouse. I haven't needed that in quite a long time. I feel like I'm going to need one for Endwalker. I should just do this. You know what? I am going to do that. I'm going to change this. I haven't done this just because it's set to set focus. I think I'm just going to have to change the focus target to something else and then actually use Shift F for abilities. Maybe I'll put focus target on my mouse or something. That'll probably be better. So that doesn't chain into this. Yeah, high school is life of Halo 3 every day. Pretty much. Yeah, I don't remember how old I was when Halo 3 came out, but that was... Use Gallows, use Gibbet. Okay, I see what it's wanting me to do. Halo 3 was pretty cool. It was the first time that I had actually like gotten all the achievement points for any Xbox game. And it was funny because I remember I got them. It was like the first week. Because my friends and I, we had like, this is kind of stupid. I remember, like, I got most of the achievements, and then there was like the really, really difficult ones to get. Unlocked a place. Then there was the really, really difficult ones to get that were like, you could play 1,000 hours or more, and you'd never get them. You just had to get really lucky. And what we did is if you changed the language on your Xbox to, I think it was like it was just some Asian language like Korean or something like that. Then it would put you in lobbies with other people that were achievement farming, because it was like trying to queue you up with them, but you wouldn't get queued with like actual Korean people because you were still in like the American like data centers area. So you would get queued with people that were achievement farming, and you would just take turns in the lobby, like setting up the achievement for everybody, like getting like a triple kill collateral damage with this laser gun that only had one shot, stuff like that. So we'd set it all up so that we'd do that, and we just achievement farm for like a day, and we got the whole thing, all 1,000 achievements, and we got the katana on our back. And then we had people in regular lobbies that were all upset. They're like, "Oh, you must have no life if you got these already. You know, like it's ridiculous." It's like, well, we didn't really like get them legitimately. Okay, so that's like a long cooldown. The Pixel era? Is that like the really old games? Yeah, I've thought about playing some of those because I was watching somebody play Final Fantasy III not long ago. Yeah, no, it's they look pretty interesting, to be honest. 4 is a good choice. Yeah, no, I'd definitely be willing to give them a shot, that's for sure. Because they do look fun. In graphics, they're not like the... They're not something that really, like, are super important to me as far as, like, a good game goes. And the games look, you know, more than, you know, decent, for sure, so... Yeah, I get references to 14 through it. I don't know if I'll play them before I finish 14, because I want to get through the MSQ, and I actually kind of want to start looking into raiding, and you know, I've talked to you a little bit, Bongo, about doing PvP and stuff. I'd like to get more into that stuff and like get into the end game as well, because I was starting to do that before. Because I've played the game, like I said, a couple times. First time I played, I only made it to like level 31, and then I quit, and that was like right before like Heaven's Ward had come out. So I was playing like the original. I even like leveled Bard to 15 at the time to get my Black Mage unlocked, because I think it was Bard that you had to level up to 15. So I had Thaumaturge at 30 and then Bard at 15, and it's funny because doing that, I felt like I'd run out of quests because I didn't know about leaves at the time, and I guess you were supposed to do leaves to level up alts and stuff like that. I just had no idea how the game worked, and I got really bored and quit. Because it's funny, I had unlocked Black Mage, and then I was really upset that none of the skills and stuff unlocked with it. I was like, oh, I'm supposed to get this thing when I get Black Mage, and then it didn't unlock. I didn't realize there was a job stone that I was supposed to put in. I thought it just did it for you. So I never put the job stone in. But yeah, and then the other time I boosted a character, and then I started doing some of the end game stuff in Shadowbringers, and that was really, really fun. Like the higher end content is really fun. Never found a static or anything like that, but it's the rating and stuff is so good in Final Fantasy. Like it's better than WoW in my opinion. The old 14 design bloat. Yeah. It's kind of like classic WoW in a way, where there's a whole bunch of like unnecessary things that you're required to do that aren't really fun, but completing them is fun because it feels good to finish them. It's kind of stuff like that. It's like in classic WoW, for example, there's Paladin and Warlock that have their own like story for class quests to unlock their mount, and you have to go through this whole like quest chain, get groups together to do these dungeons and like do them in very specific ways and like summon special bosses, and it's really cool, and it's all just to get their special mounts, like the it's like the Hell Horse or something, I forget what it's called, and then the Divine Steed for Paladin. They're really, really cool. You know, and then in the new game they don't have that anymore. They took them out, those quest lines, which is just ridiculous to me. They should have left it in, but the devs having TP, well as MP, TP and MP. Oh, they had stances for that, for healers? That's crazy. Yeah. Knew there was something about you, but the truth be told, I didn't expect you to make much clean work. The Chimera. I reckon it might have even pressed hard to match that display. Yeah. Yeah. See, I actually really like the idea of stances and stuff like that. That's why I played Warrior in World of Warcraft for so long. I love like the idea of weaving stances in to do certain abilities. So like Warrior in World of Warcraft, you can only do charge while out of combat and in battle stance, and you can only do but you can do intercept while in combat or out of combat, but it requires to be in berserker stance, you know, stuff like that. So you're constantly like weaving from one stance to the other to do certain skills and abilities and stuff like that. It's really fun. Yeah, makes you feel really accomplished, even though like stances don't do direct damage. Once you get like the weaving of the stances in, it makes you feel like, oh yeah, no, I'm good at this. You know talent when you see it, boss. And with the Ceruleum will flow once more. Ceruleum. Among his many roles, Anargus, the merchant of sorts, he sells Ceruleum at a price that'd make those gill pinchers at Amagina and Sons balk. Balk, okay. But still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand despite the occasional beast or two button in, okay, into our affairs. Buttmen, yeah. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Oh, you're on the light data center? Yeah. really is cool how they finally let people like start going back and forth to play with each other on different servers. Yeah. I was at one point thinking about leaving Balmung just because I don't know very many. I don't know hardly anybody here. First off, and it seems like most people have like their groups and their cliques kind of set in stone, and then the majority of people on the server it's the majority of people you run across on the server, at least I run across on the server, spend most of their time hanging out in the tavern in Ul'dah. I forget the name of the tavern. But yeah, it's like an overpopulated Moonguard. Yeah. Quicksands, yeah. It's really made easy to come by, as you well know. Amajin and Sons protects their monopoly with a gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperials stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off in the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying from them. That's, I guess she's right. I know the Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts, colorful names, bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't mega. I know how to say. I know what the word is. Saying it's hard. Megalomaniacs. That's it. To a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do by choice. Could be argued to we're all casualties of the greatest machine's ambition. No small number of Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could, but the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coin they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit color to complicate their black and white views. But if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth about our past. Long ago, long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amonis down in the southern hills of Ard. With temperate climes and fertile earth, the land provided many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with the self-same scythes that the reapers would eventually wield. I don't know, that doesn't look like it's very good at harvesting a crop, but okay. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago, now they were driven out by the Locus Amos completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become the Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail to scant resources in frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first Magitech devices forged, and with the innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed. bereft not only of magic, but hope itself, with no natural advantages to speak of. Our mere survival was in question. From the harsh necessity were the reapers born. We turned our tools into weapons and struck a bargain with the whisperers in the dark. With the void power, we could strike at the army's beaten heart, slay their generals, and throw the ranks and file into disarray. Our way, our way is to end the battles before the spark catch it, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now, this power belongs to you. Remember our story. Remember what drives women to turn to the void. Drives a woman to turn to the void, and you'll be led unto deeper temptations. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at the headquarters. All right. It's actually kind of cool. It gives a little bit of context to the formation of the Garlean Empire, other than just the Ascians did it. That's basically all I know at this point. Coming out of Stormblood, that is. One of the last things I saw was like the Ascians, you know, and how they had basically the one guy had started the whole thing. Alright. PAX East, not long happened. Oh wait, what are they changing? Is that something new? With the Hop World Party? Everyone to cross World Party to and from. Is that kind of like what they do in World of Warcraft, where if somebody's on another server, you just invite them and they just kind of poof into existence for you? Like they'll just zone into where you are? Yeah. Yeah, that would be just like World of Warcraft then. No matter what data center you're, or what server you're on in World of Warcraft, you can just play with each other. As long as you're within the same, like, North American, you know, European, Asian, whatever. As long as you're within the same, like, server zone, then you can play with each other. Oh, that's ways off. So he's talking, like, 4 or 5 years now, from now. Because I'm assuming, like, we probably have at least a year until 7.0. Just based off of, like, I guess, like, common sense. Probably, like, a year until 7.0, and then, I don't know. The expansions probably last about 2 years, right? So probably at least 3 years before... Three and a half, maybe, years, maybe 4 years till 8.0. March, April next year, yeah. It's about a year. It's kind of crazy to think that there's that much time left in Final Fantasy, or in this Endwalker, I should say. I don't know how long it's been out, really, but it's funny because people were saying there's nothing to do in Final Fantasy, so that's why everybody's been freaking out about the drama. And like with the Lalafell chair and stuff. I was watching some of the content on that when that was like happening, and that was some of the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. With a Lalafell chair. Yeah. That's why when I was on Twitch, I was titling my stream the Makote litter box. Because Makote need a litter box for their houses. If I had a house and there was a Makote litter box, I'd have it in the house. Yeah. There was drama, like for a couple weeks there was drama over the chair, and there was something else there was drama over, and it was like there was no reason for it. I forget what the other drama was about. Yeah, no, the drama stuff's always funny, especially if it's not like serious drama, and it's somebody that's just upset about something that's, you know, just stupid. There has to be something going on here, because I hear different music over here. Yeah, well, I know it's the Easter event, but, like, usually there's a quest or something, like, sitting around. There's no quest, I just see the eggs and hear different music. Unless the quest is somewhere else. But then the music stops here. It makes me think that it's, like, just this area. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is nice to be able to set 14 down and then come back to it and not feel like you've got left behind. It's in Gridania. Yeah, I guess I could go check Gridania. Speaking of, I should probably do some leveling stuff in Duty Finder. Yeah, I'm gonna queue up for some dungeons. If anybody wants to go with me, they can. Yeah, no, I could use a tank. Let's see. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'll head over to Gridania and see if the Easter thing's going on over there. But yeah, I'm gonna start leveling Reaper up a little bit. Because I think where I am in the MSQ, it's like 72 or 73, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to go check. I just didn't pick up the quest yet. Usually in Gridania, in the amphitheater, yeah. Oh yeah, and that's right. That's where the Valentine's one was, I think. I just remember the little ladies one that was just happening the other day. That one was right here. And hearing that special music made me think. It's funny because I hear it, and there's a YouTuber that uses that as their intro. I forget her name, but I've seen her content quite a bit. AvyCat, that's right. Yep. Yeah, I really like her intro. Like, I've watched it Like, I've gone back and rewatched it like multiple times sometimes. Yeah. She really does have an awesome voice. I think that's one of the keys to, like, a lot of the bigger YouTubers, too. They either have, like, a really nice, like, easy-to-listen-to voice, or they have a really, like, calming way of talking that's just easy to listen to. Or both. Oh, you know. Oh, son of. I forgot to put all my, like, jewelry in. You can keep going. Yeah. I don't want to hold people up. It's not like we're not going to finish, you know? I think this is probably the dungeon I've done most. Out of literally any dungeon. I feel like I get this one all the time. When I'm doing Duty Finder, that is. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Solid. You have a good night. Oh yeah, this is the... I forgot these guys turned into the dragons. Can't remember if this is the one with the turtle that everybody kind of forgets how to do, or if it's the other one. Because there's two dungeons that kind of have the same aesthetic. And one of them has that turtle that nobody knows how to do. Oh, you don't remember this dungeon at all? Yeah. I think while I was leveling my monk up, I did this dungeon. I don't even remember how many times, but it felt like I did this dungeon like every time I queued. It was the same one, and it was always the one with the turtle in it. And I can't remember if this is that one or not. It is. This is the turtle one. You gotta get on the cannon. Yeah. Oh, somebody else in here does know how to do the fight. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. It's really simple. Like you just you use your main ability the whole time, and then when he casts the big AoE in the room, you use the second ability to stun him. And when he puts his shield up, you don't shoot him. Funny. It's probably the most boring fight. It's so boring. There's been a couple times I've come in here where nobody in the group knew how to do it, you know, other than myself. And then it becomes an issue then. At least this fight's pretty fun. Like, this guy's... You can solo this guy. You don't even need a tank, as long as you don't get hit by the damage. Because I think everything's avoidable. He just telegraphs everything. Go. Oh. Wrong chat. There we go. Yeah, Reaper's actually pretty fun. Even though I was like, that's the downscaled version of it. That was like the level 45 version of it. Yeah, that boss doesn't have an aggro table at all. Everybody just DPS. You don't need... It's kind of funny. Like, if nobody gets hit with anything, you don't need the tank or the healer. Just kill them fast. It's a weird dungeon, that one. Okay, so I'm gonna... Oh, real quick, while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, put that on. And... that. And there we go. Oh, it auto-equips the best gear? Let me look. This little gear. Oh, this. Then if I just click equip. Okay. That's pretty handy, actually. Yeah, okay. I almost had it all correct. Yeah, that's pretty nice, actually. That'll come in handy. see if there's an Easter thing going on over here. Ah, there's the music again. There is an Easter thing. Oh, I bet you get that suit. That's something I'll never use. Huh. I guess that's the Easter Bunny. Greetings, friend. Happy hatchlings tied to you. Hatching tide. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is that, and I facilitate annual hatching tide festivities. You're an adventurer. You are an adventurer, are you not? Might I ask your name? 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. In case you're unaware, Hatching Tide festivities were conceived a number of years ago after I was first visited by 12 anchors and stirring the prophetic dream, and I confess I've been dreaming ever since. Oh, I am most eager to share my latest dream with you. Okay, now I'm confused. This is weird. It was highly peculiar, to say the least. You see, I beheld a vision of that chilling creature of legend, the Tonebury. If past experience taught me anything, it is painstakingly recreating my dreams is sure to bring about a good fortune. However, as Toneberries are not but figments of an old fable, I began to doubt whether I could do justice to the ghastly appearance. Wait, isn't this like a mob in a dungeon? You can just... there's a dungeon that has like these guys as mobs, and they like follow you with knives. You can't kill them. And then when you like walk too close, they poke you with the knives. I had no idea those were Toneberries. I bet that all changed when a gentleman generously offered his assistance. Yeah. I can imagine they're pretty depressing. There's a lot of like really depressing stories in Final Fantasy. Like I just put that video out this week about the Fae and stuff. And it's like the fairies, they're there because, you know, somebody had, or not somebody, but they had died as children, and they like didn't get to live full lives. And then they're brought back and like forced to live eternity as a child, essentially. Seems like existing that way would be torture, if you think about it. Constantly like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like really sad stuff, and then like the other ones like exist because they died while drowning. A lot of sad stuff. I'll have to look into the Toneberries at some point. Greetings, my lady. My name is Hamlin, and I am what you call a supreme connoisseur and passionate aficionado of all things Tonebury. That's a weird thing to be like an aficionado of. It's only slightly better than the elves. Fairies of the Misty Valley. I don't know. Have I come across those yet? Those fairies? As you may not be aware, Toneberries have heads as round as and adorable as any egg, which is why I believe they are a perfect addition to the Hatching Tide festivities. So I donned the superior mantle of Toneberry and I presented myself to Miss Jilly here. What luck, wouldn't you agree? Hamlin was kind enough to furnish our other volunteers Toneberry guises, and we're all hard work preparing for the upcoming fun. That's a lot of eggy stabby fun. Yeah. Exactly, that's the spirit. Hatching tide, perhaps without the stabby part. Considering my dream, I think that these festivities present a unique opportunity to share the Toneberry charm with the world. Yeah, they're so charming. There is but one problem. A group of sylphs have been making mischief throughout the town, playing pranks and sabotaging the decorations. Luckily, it seems a mere glance of a Toneberry form is enough to send those leafy brigands fleeing in terror. I can't imagine why. It's not remarkable how such an adorable visage can strike such fear into the hearts of some. Does not the contradiction of the Toneberry nature invigorate your very soul? No, it does not. Our other volunteers are using the Toneberry guises to shoo away the sylphs as best they can, but we still find ourselves short-handed. Would you be willing to assist us? Just until the mischief is managed. My sincerest thanks, Hamlin has prepared a plethora of guises for us, so I'm sure will be one that fits you. Okay. You know what's funny about this? The dab. Oh, is his head showing? No, it's not. It kind of, this costume, the Toneberry, it kind of makes me think of Salad Fingers, but Final Fantasy. So it's like a cute version of Salad Fingers. Now then, let us commence the sacred ceremonies. Come closer. Salad Fingers? Yeah. Oh, it's funny, there's a there's a stream I watch on Twitch. It's a VR chat stream. And request what? Oh. Yeah, there's a streamer I watch on Twitch, and it's a VR chat stream. Start an FC. Oh, is that what that is? Fun task, walking, fun. You can have fun with me. Monstrous one. This is what these tusks ones. Yeah. Sure. But yeah, like I was saying, there's a VR chat streamer that he does these like date night things. His name is Raffle Gator. You might have seen him around. They're hilarious, the streams. But they'll like do a bunch of like random like RP things and stuff like that. Excommunicados, yes. And like he was doing a date night thing, and he'll have like the people, like the women, they'll be sitting around, or sometimes it'll be men, they'll be sitting around, and then they'll have like the men or the women rotate. and his avatar is invisible, so he can walk around and listen to people's conversations. And the people that are rotating around are given specific characters to roleplay, and how they're supposed to roleplay them. So they'll like give them like a little twist, you know, to what they are. Like the other day, I saw somebody who was playing like Alien Rock Lee, and he was like going through these dating things as like Rock Lee, but from an alien world. It was really funny. They played it perfectly. If you've watched any Naruto, but the one guy was going through, and he was the Salad Fingers character, and he was doing the voice perfectly for the Salad Fingers character, and it was so creepy. And he had the VTuber Silvervale was one of the characters, one of the people that was, you know, in the dating thing. And when Salad Fingers got to Silvervale, she freaked out. Like, it's hard to describe. You'd have to see it, but it was really funny. And that's kind of why I'm thinking, you know, Salad Fingers was like, in my mind. That's why I thought of Salad Fingers, I think, because I just watched that like a couple days ago. But yeah, those streams are hilarious. But yeah, one of them was playing Alien Rock Lee too, and that was just ridiculous. Yeah, they're here on YouTube too. It's Roffle Gator, ROFL Gator, like an alligator. But yeah, if you're in for a good laugh, like their compilation videos of what, you know, what he does is just hilarious. Okay. Time to scare the self. Hide well. Yeah. This one can wait. Did you just call me a warty one? Amphibian lover. Scary one, flee, flee. It's kind of funny that the sylphs aren't questioning why there's a bunch of turnberries running around, or toneberries running around the city here. Elder one will become scolding one. No one will know it was these ones. Besides, it isn't naughty. Don't be naughty. Have an eggy, stabby fun. Please, this one didn't mean any harm. Yeah. Especially like a whole bunch of them just like sprouting up and starting to run around. The sylphs would probably freak out. They would take news back to the, you know, their leader and tell them what was going on in the city. They're all turning into toneberries. Yeah. But no, I actually kind of love the sylphs and the way they talk. Sylphs are awesome. There's like the first sad moment in the entire like A Realm Reborn story happened with the sylphs when the Empire like invaded the Scions area and killed one of the sylphs. Even though she didn't need to die, if she had just stayed hidden, she would have been fine. War of the Magi? Is that a quest line or is that a like a YouTube series or something? I'm trusty return travel done. I'm sure that Miss Geely would like to hear about your particulars you claim to report after. Yeah, it would be interesting to learn a little bit more about him, for sure. I'm glad to hear those sylphs fluttered back home. Thank you for all your help, Ray. Lore regarding the history of Eorzea. Like 300 years ago. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. That'd be interesting. Because I had no idea what the Toneberries were. Like, I didn't know what they were called until just now. So, I thought they were just a mob in a dungeon. Yes, you performed most admirably, not only in deed, but in dress. Upon beholding the Toneberry performance, such selfless acts of valor, and citizens of Gridania are sure to have warmed to our adorable paragons of pointy justice. Yeah, all according to plan. Our other volunteers are currently making the rounds and checking the rest of the decorations for any residual surprises. But I dare say we should be able to officially begin the celebration soon. And that's left to wait for the Archon's eggs arrive. Amulda. I hope you enjoy the festivities. Something tells me shall hatchling tide to remember. We have a problem. Nonata. Whatever is the matter. It's the eggs, Geely. The Archon's eggs. Huston? Houston. Sylph swarmed the shipyard and encountered. It entered the central shroud and zapped the delivery marmot into a frenzy. The caravan has been brought to a complete standstill. Oh, Houston, we have a got it. That would have been funny if his name was Houston. What is that thing? It is. If only you had seen the chaos, the carnage, the eggs, our beautiful Archon eggs scattered across the ground, sylphs pilfering them like spriggans, and that smoking marmot rampaging like a albgoat possessed. 'Twas sheer mayhem. The sylphs presented no demands, offered no reason behind their rampant pillaging, but they did keep squeaking about, tusked ones, and no fair, and why should walking ones have all the fun? What do you suppose they meant? I heard that the Sylphs once held an annual spring festival, but there was an incident involving one of the fighting boars. I believe that was the end of such festivals. I understand how it must pain them to see us cheerfully prepare for hatching tide, but those ill-gotten eggs won't ease the suffering. Won't ease their suffering. We must find a way to recover them. I mean, you could just involve them in the in the celebration, right? That's probably where we're going. He, if I may be so bold, I believe I have the perfect solution to your conundrum. Ray's assistance will be crucial, however. Heavy breathing. This is weird. You will lend us your aid, yes? Yeah. I mean, this guy's creeping me out. He's giving me like super otaku vibes, in a way, but for the Toneberries instead of anime. You wish to lend your strength to the brilliant plan, do you? Very well. Our divine mission is as follows. We must adorn ourselves in the guise of the Toneberry and scare the sylphs away from the fallen eggs. Ahem. It may seem like a rather familiar tactic, but terror cuts as sharply as a knife if in the right hands, as does power of the Toneberry. We shall remind those sylphs of what adorable horror lurks in the shadows. Okay. It is time to take the Toneberry's natural wisdom and captivating visage. Transform into pure evil. Observe. Ooh. He needs a rusty spoon. I suppose that makes sense, but what of the delivery? What of the delivery? Mommet? In its panicked state, Mommet. Huh. It is easily mistaken us for not but a common egg thief, or perhaps not so common considering the guises. That's our ways participation is crucial. Even the overexcited automaton is no match for the adventurers versus the arts of warfare. Of course, I shan't be so cruel as to send you into battle as a defenseless as swaddled Tonebane. You may rely upon me to perform the necessary enhancements upon your guise. That shall grant any stabby sweetheart with the ability to withstand even the harshest of electrified zaps. In theory, anyway. In the midst of adversity lies opportunity, as they say, or rather, in the mindset of scattered Archon eggs, stands the noble Toneberry, and all might witness its triumphant glory. Very well. Let us proceed to Hamlin's plan and see that our eggs are recovered safely. Excellent. I shall commence the enhancement of the guise. Once really deployment in the flick of Toneberry's blade, Ray, let us meet where the bells of destiny toll. To arms. I gotta be honest, I'm not like super interested in this story. What is this? Teleport offer? I don't know what that is. Don't take it. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I get it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize that. I haven't been in a party like almost ever, So. Where am I going? This way? There we go. Shit. A lot going on here. Oh, I need the disguise, right? Oh. That's funny. I don't know. I guess I just missed it. Yeah. No, I guess I haven't done Fates in forever. I didn't realize I had to click that. Till it was too late. But yeah, there was a lot of people here, that's for sure. Definitely not used to seeing that many people, especially not at a Fate. You haven't done it yet, Jonathan? Yeah. I have no idea what you get for it. The events in the holiday events, I should say, in Final Fantasy are way different than like the ones in World of Warcraft. The ones in World of Warcraft don't have like many quests associated with them. It's more of just like achievements that you go around and do. Some of them have quests. Emotes, clams, and minions, yeah. Yeah, like the last one, the little ladies thing. I did that one. I got the dance for it. Oh, they update them every year. That's impressive. Yeah. Because I know in World of Warcraft, they don't do new ones every year. It's always the same. It's just adjusted to whatever the new level cap is for that expansion, usually, whatever the rewards are. And the gear that you get is usually kind of crappy. Sometimes you'll get like a special mount, and those are really rare drops. An altered model? No. It'll be exactly the same. Yeah, no, the gear is exactly the same. The mounts are exactly the same. None of it changes. It's been the same basically since they first made them in, I don't know, whenever they did it, like 2006. Yeah, no, they've been slacking on it. They changed the way that you do the events a little bit here and there, like, but it's pretty much the same. I never actually took part in any of them other than just trying to collect the mounts. in World of Warcraft. Until they put out the there was an achievement that you could get if you completed. It was a meta achievement, so if you completed all of the achievements for each holiday, then you would get a meta achievement that would give you a mount. So then I did that. So that was like the only time I ever really did it. Each year they update the seasonal event. Entirely new quests and rewards, yeah. No, I wish they would do stuff like that in WoW. They just don't. They definitely have the manpower and stuff to do it, they just don't do it. Kind of fun. You know, it's funny. I've always liked this bike here. Back when I was in school, I was going to school for, I was going for an art degree. And I had a hard surface modeling class. And for the midterm, I modeled that bike. And I had never played Final Fantasy or anything. I just wanted to make like a sci-fi motorcycle. And I'd accidentally like come across that while I was researching different bikes that I could make. And I was like, that one's really cool. I'm going to make that one. Yeah, it kind of does feel like WoW's always trying to reinvent the wheel and stuff like that. And then they don't believe people when they tell them that something's bad also. It's like, people are like, no, this isn't fun. We don't like this. It's bad. And then they'll do it anyways. You know, they'll just continue on with it without listening to any of the feedback. The Gandeus bike from Akira. Oh, wrong window, yeah. Oh, it's back. Nice. All right. So what's this? Brighton. Is it on him? Selves. Move! Animation lock. Goofy.
I almost thought that I was collecting the eggs. That would have sucked to go through the whole thing and then be like, not turn any in and get like no contribution. I didn't turn in the rest of them. Well, at least we completed it. Okay. Yeah, easy. This is kind of a fun little event, though. And here comes our hero now. Hamlin has just been regaling us with the tale of your valor, Ray. We can't thank you enough for recovering those Archon eggs. Truly, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. My single regret is that no rapturous bystanders were present in those solitary woods to witness the valorous display, as Stoneberry Majesty will once again pass unacknowledged. Yet such often weighs true goodness. The hero that works in secrecy for the betterment of all. My friend, their name be Toneberry. Profound, I'm sure. I must say, Hamlin, your unflagging devotion to all things Toneberry is both remarkable and admirable. A little weird. Pardon me? We were in the solitary woods, and we saw what you did for us, ere what the Toneberries did for us. I was heartbroken to see when the sylphs snatched away the Archon eggs that my friend had given me. But thanks to you, it was recovered safely. You Toneberries have my eternal thanks. I only wish you didn't have to scare the sylphs so badly. The poor things. Is there no other way to deter their mischief? My Toneberry senses tingling. Oh my god. A dark green coat, large egg with 2 golden circles in the eyes. Not bad at all. Perhaps very even cute. Yeah. Toneberry sense, yeah. Slash think. Chilly, perhaps this is a way to dream foretold. Not just Toneberry's guises, but Toneberry eggs. And decorations as well. In which case, we send the word to Uldah's goldsmiths, and we'd another batch of the Archon's eggs in some striking shades of Toneberry. course, all our eggs are packaged during the transit, meaning the sylphs will likely continue their mischief outside the city. I'm tempted to send a Toneberry guard with the caravan. But the road from Ul'dah is far too long to attempt such a guise. We shall continue to consider possible alternatives, but in the meantime, should you happen to come across another waylaid shipment, I hope you can come to our assistance. Count on your assistance. Heir as Toneberry, of course. Well, seeing the Archon eggs have finally arrived, I dare say it is time to officially get cracking. Let the Hatching Tide Festival begin. So what do we get? What is this? Ballroom etiquette. / frighten, huh? All right. Let's check this out. Oh, the eyes glow even. That's kind of cool. I wonder what it looks like in... Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yep. That's a good emote. Yeah, well. I didn't even think about that. This would be a good one for Halloween for sure. Yeah, well, I'm happy I took the time to do that. That's cool. You know, fun little story. I learned a little bit about Toneberries and got a cool emote. And it didn't take too long either. Okay. Well, I'm gonna queue up for some more Duty Finder stuff. Are you wanting to go, Bongo? Sweet. All right. Okay. But before I queue up, I will. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I'm back. There we go. Yeah, thank you. It's the first time you've maintained your sub throughout most of the time. Yeah. No, I get that. You know, kind of dropping the sub and stuff like that and only playing the beginning of getting through the MSQ and stuff, then you probably resub at the end of the expansion after all the, like, the post patches are out and stuff like that. Go through the story and then they release the MSQ for the next one, you know. It kind of makes sense, especially if you're just playing, like, for story and stuff. If you're not, like, super into, like, anything else, like, within the game. If you're not, like, heavily focused on, like, collecting and, you know, glamour maybe, or any of the RP stuff, or the... I still don't understand it, but, like, the club scene and stuff like that. Oh, gotcha. Well, it's cool, like, you got your wife playing with you, though. That always makes it more fun to have, like, you know, your partner playing with you. And I'm kind of the same way. I usually only play, like, one game at a time. I can't focus on multiple games too well. Especially MMOs. If I'm playing an MMO, I can't really play multiple games. It has to be that one or basically nothing else. Yeah, like when I was playing Classic WoW, played that for 2 years and didn't like. I played no other games. Gamer ADD. That is, I don't know how you can do that. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, I get, like, fully sucked into a game, and I like, completely focus on just that one game. Every once in a while I get, like, the gamer ADD like you're talking about, but I can't play multiple games at once. Like, I'll pick up one game and I'll play that for, like, 4 days, and I'll be like, okay, I need a new game. And then I pick up another game and I'll play that for, like, 4 days, and I just do that. I guess bounce from one game to the next to the next. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people play multiple games, really. I'm just not good at managing my time that way. When it comes down to it, I think that's what it is. It's just being able to manage your free time with games and stuff like that, and I just can't do it. Oh, we're level 20. I was like, none of my abilities are working. Forgot the level sync. Oh, Palace of the Dead. That's the, like, the deepest dungeon stuff, right? I can imagine that can be a struggle. I've seen people playing through it, and they just released that new version of it or something. I'm not entirely sure about all of it myself. But I do know that's one of the goals that I have set for the game is I want to do the like solo 200 floors without dying or whatever. I just know that there are like specific jobs that are really good for that. Like they say every job can do it. I don't necessarily believe that's true, unless I'm doing it wrong. But yeah, I think that'll be a really fun challenge. I heard Warrior is like the best for it. I don't know about the new release though. It's based on the one from Tactics. Oh, Tactics is a strategy RPG. Okay. Yeah, I've never played any of the other Final Fantasies. That's one thing that I've got on my list of things to do. After I finish the MSQ of this, and I can take some time to like focus on other games and stuff like that. I do want to play through some of the other Final Fantasies. In big part just because everybody's always talking about how playing the other Final Fantasies, even though the stories aren't linked, will give some good context to 14 and certain things like that. So yeah, no, I've never touched any of them, like not even a little bit. Yeah, I've kind of come to notice some stuff like that, like where they're clearly like referencing other things, and I won't get the reference at all, and then people in my comments will point out like, oh, it's from this. They won't like explain it. The Final Fantasy community is kind of amazing about not like spoiling anything. So they'll like explain something without giving away like details. If that makes sense. Like it's myself like finding spoilers isn't like a big deal, because it's if I had to explain it, it's not about like the events themselves. It's more about like the journey. So somebody could tell me like, this is what happens at the end. These people die. These people live, and this is why. I'd be like, oh, okay, and it wouldn't like make it less or more impactful for me. Like the spoiler would have to be some like crazy detailed, like explaining in depth every detail of what happens. Vibrating out of your minds. That's some of the highlights. I guess that's a good way to put it, yeah. When you say vibrating out of your mind, what do you, or when you say highlights, I should say, what do you mean? Like the high points of the story? Oh, got it. Yes. Yeah, I have noticed that. It was really funny, especially like going through the Shadowbringers MSQ. Um, I'm not finished with it yet, but some of the Shadowbringers MSQ stuff with the. Did we miss something? I wasn't paying attention. I was just pushing the 2 buttons that I've got to push. But yeah, as I was going through the Shadowbringers MSQ, when you first meet Alice and the bad things happen, it was funny because people in my chat on Twitch were like talking, like quite a bit, and then all of a sudden it was like right before that cutscene, it was like everybody just stopped because they knew it was going to happen, and they were just waiting. It's like a bunch of emotional vampires, I guess, waiting to see my my reaction to it. It was cool either way, but it was just kind of funny how they were all like that. Oh. So you're like itching for them to get to that point, and they're just like right behind it. Yeah. Myself, I probably would have been like towards the. I would have finished the main MSQ for Shadowbringers at this point. Okay. For a second there, I thought we were done with the dungeon. I was just like, wait a second. But I would have been done with the main story and into the patch, like the post Shadowbringer stuff. But this past like 8 days, it was really crazy with work, and I just wasn't able to put the time into the MSQ. And then I was debating on like whether or not I should move the stream from Twitch to YouTube. And I think that YouTube's just a better place. Mostly just because, you know, the people that watch my stuff are here anyways. And then I'm not separating the audiences and stuff like that, and having to deal with uploads and making a different channel for the VODs and all this other stuff. So. Vibrating enough to tear a hole in reality. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. It's funny too, because in my free time, after I'd finished Stormblood, I was I found myself like I was just looking through the Final Fantasy like streams, and I found a how do I put it? I found somebody that was going through the MSQ for Stormblood, or no, it was Heavensward. They were going through Heavensward, and I had dropped in at like just the perfect point. They were just getting to the point where Estinian was oh, what's it called? Can't think of the name. He had been taken over by Nidhogg, and it was like the Americ was like making peace with the dragons, and then a Simian comes out and like stabs the female dragon as they're like trying to make peace. I had come in on that point, and I got to watch like that to the the climax of the where they're like pulling the eyeballs off of Estinian and stuff, and that was like super emotional. Like that was really cool to kind of come across that. And I can understand why people I understand now why people watch it, because I found myself watching it and it was like I sat there for like 3 hours just watching this guy play the MSQ, and I knew it was going to happen the whole time. I wasn't chatting in chat or anything. I was just like waiting for him to see those things, and I wanted to see how he would react to them. So yeah, I understand why people are into it now. I didn't really get it at first. Like when I first started making the videos and stuff like that, and I first started going through the MSQ, especially with A Realm Reborn. I'm gonna queue up again, by the way, Bongo, if you're ready. I'm gonna go to. I don't want to do main scenario. I'll probably skip that. So. Cool. Jesus, those tank queues. I think that's some reason why you watch. Yeah, no, that is it. Like, you want to see the story and how it affects them. Like, if they have, it's interesting to see if they have similar reactions, because you know how you felt, and you just want to see, Are you kidding me? I don't know anything about this one. I have a quest for this one. I have a quest for this one. I'm on a class that I've been playing for like an hour. I don't know any of the mechanics. I'm gonna die. I'm 100% gonna die. I totally forgot that I had this.
If I must forsake myself to keep mine oath, then so be it.
Because this, I don't know if you remember, this trial here is part of the super long, like, what's it called? It's like a super long quest chain within Stormblood, like, after you finish with all the different animals. I forget what they're called.
Beg not for mercy.
Yeah. Yeah, the four lords.
You know where to run.
And then like the tiger was like a pretty complex trial. Then the other one was like way more complex. I forget which one that was.
Tremble before true power.
Okay.
impudent mortals!
It's kind of crazy that I got this one. Like, queue up for a random one, and I get one of like the 100 trials. The one of like 100 trials that I've never done, and I don't know any of the mechanics for.
Stubborn fools! This is far from over. Flesh of my flesh! Show them their folly! None can match my might!
Oh shit.
You know where to run! How it burns!
This. Oh fuck.
You know where to run! More! I must have more! Oh, rabbit up! Flesh of my flesh! Show them their folly!
Shit. Oh shit, we gotta stand in those, don't we? Yeah. Everybody was dead. That was pretty fun though.
You know
Yeah, I
where
noticed.
to run!
They were paying attention to the other mechanic that was going to push them off the edge, and then they ran into it. Yeah. No, I'm usually pretty good with mechanics. Another poll, yes. Yeah, I'm usually pretty good with mechanics. Especially when, like, they're...
If I must forsake
In
myself
Final Fantasy,
to
they're
keep
so well
mine
telegraphed.
own, then so be it.
Most of the time. That you don't need to watch or know, like, what's gonna happen. Like, there's this one part where I know she's gonna, like, move away, say something, and do an AoE that you can't get out of instantly. Because she was doing that last time.
Not for mercy.
Like this, right here. Oh, no, it was the other one. It was the other one. I got them mixed up. Is it this one? Yeah. It happens so fast you can't get out of it.
Tremble before true power.
And then some of the mechanics, like that one there, where you get targeted and it's, what's it called? Like it does the tonal effect on you. Like it helped that I saw somebody else get it before I got it. Because then I was like, oh, okay, I just move it away from the group.
Impudent mortals.
You haven't done anything harder than normal raids? Yeah, a little bit of a visual aid.
Grant me the strength to smite mine enemies.
Like in WoW, I raided in WoW forever, from the Burning Crusade all the way through Legion. You know, and I was doing like mythic content, heroic content, stuff like that.
This is far from over.
Basically forever, as long as it was available at least. Because they added the new mythic difficulty in Mist of Pandaria towards the end. Before that, it was heroic that was the hardest. So.
Flesh of my flesh! Show them their folly! None can match my might! You've nowhere to run!
Oh. She did the voice thing a little late on that one. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with raiding casually. It's not everybody needs to be like hardcore. Raiding casually can be more fun than raiding hardcore, anyways.
How it burns!
The only reason why you'd want to do like hardcore raiding is more of like something to challenge yourself, you know. Like if you're doing it for any other reason, then there's really no point. Ah. Can I dodge it if I keep moving? Nope.
You've nowhere to run!
Oh.
More! I must have more! Oh, rabbit time!
And here's where people got destroyed last time. We're way ahead on the DPS though.
I will not lose! I bless us, I bless! Show them their folly!
Got it. Yeah, stress to fun ratio just isn't there for you. Yeah. No, I can totally understand that. Like the stress doesn't come from the content usually either. It's the dealing with other people that can be really stressful because you never know how like they're gonna react to when you mess up to something. Some people are just they take it way too far. All right. It's probably gonna take me over here to turn the quest in. Yep. Yeah, they do. People make it way too stressful, way more than it needs to be. I guess like doing the harder content, it's like playing Dark Souls, but you're relying on other people to not mess up the mechanics also. And then when you mess up, somebody might yell at you for it. So, but it's been a while since somebody's yelled at me for messing up a mechanic in a raid. The last time I had somebody do that was it's probably like 2010. I only know that because I remember when it happened. It was in Ice Crown Citadel in World of Warcraft. We were doing... I even remember the boss. It was Blood Queen Lanithil. And there's a mechanic where you have to go around... like, she's a vampire. And she'll bite somebody, and when she bites somebody, they get, like, a special power. Like, boosts them up, and they do, like, way more damage, like 25% more damage. Which is really cool. But that person, after, like, 15 seconds, will have to go bite somebody else, otherwise they'll become mind-controlled and start killing everybody in the raid, and then it's a wipe. So you're spreading these bites around, and you have to, like... The whole bites are like planned out, like this person bites this person, and then they bite this person, and it's like all planned out through the raid like a pyramid going down. And somebody bit me out of order, and I didn't realize it. And we ended up wiping because I got mind controlled because I had no idea what was going on. And I was still newer to raiding at that time too. That was like that was the first time and the last time somebody had ever really like yelled at me. So most people aren't like that in raids, but yeah, like when you'd you'd have to go up to them, target them, and then use the special boss ability. Like it gives you like a special like boss ability, and I wasn't paying attention to it because it wasn't my time to be bitten. I was one of the last people in the list to get bit usually, and I almost never had to bite somebody because of it. Because the boss would be dead by that point. So somebody bit me out of order because they were panicking, and then it was my fault because I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't supposed to have the bite. Yeah. It was kind of funny because it wasn't even really my fault. It was the person who passed the bite to me instead. But you have every bit of Tenzin's successor warrior, for you are but second child of man who have bested me in battle. It's funny, I wasn't expecting to come to do this story right now. I had been saving it for later. I totally forgot that I'd been working on it. It's kind of a cool story. It's really, really long. Once I would have never thought it possible, when I was no more than a mere serpent blessed by the good fortune to be born on the island where the people held us in the highest. To them, I was as kami, and I was foolish enough to share their belief. Oh, they thought she was a god, or he. But when I had lived a few centuries and the first began to manifest true powers, my worshippers came to view me in a different light. When they were visited by calamity, they mistook me as the cause, and so, in place of traditional offerings, they brought me the flesh of their flesh. Oh. Though I had no hand in it, their fortunes improved. To them, the answer was clear. Only greater sacrifice would satisfy the guardian serpent. Little did they know, I had spared the maiden and spirited her away to another land, in secret, as I would do the others that followed. Yeah, Stormblood did suffer from dragging some of its content out. Even its good content. Yeah. It was really slow, but it was kind of like it felt good to like get online and do the Stormblood MSQ, because I could just sit here and it was like most of it just felt good to do the story. It was just so chill. With few exceptions, obviously. There was some really ridiculous parts and some parts that made me really angry, like I can't remember the guy's name. Yotsuyu's brother. That guy. Stuff like that, like, was really, really... I really hated him. He's the only character in the whole story that I've just, like, actually hated. Have I done the Alliance raids in Stormblood? I have not. No. I did the Heaven's Ward ones. Acai, yeah. Kill it with fire. Like, I've never wanted to... Like, I was so upset that we didn't get to kill him, like, multiple times. It's like, can I just punch him in the face, like, right now? Just pull out a limit break and hit him in the head. I hated that character so much. Nevertheless, the belief lingered, and soon the guardian serpent came to be regarded as a malevolent demon, and my worshippers became my decriers. They tempted sellswords with Koban to come and slay me. The poor fools, so began my days as a hunted kami. I dispatched them every time, though I took little joy in it. And then, one day, a man unlike any other appeared before me, a samurai in the company of beasts. Tenzin, and I fought. He won. The fallen kami had at last been bested by the fortune-seeking hunter. I could not help but chuckle as I closed my eyes and awaited the inevitable blow. Join me. Let us begin anew. Saying this, he extended his hand to me. All that I was, all that I had ever been, was no more. I had nothing. Yet, not only did he see fit to spare me, but he offered me a new home. But even a fallen kami has his pride. Oh, it's a he. Okay. I always assume snakes are females. I don't know why. Yeah. Even in like it's Kung Fu Panda, the snake is female. But anyways, and I could not readily accept such kindness, even if I yearned for it. Seeing this, Tenzin laughed. Then earn it by growing stronger and in turn using the strength to help others as you have been helped become more than you are, and more than me. Thus did I vow to devote myself to becoming an auspice worthy of the man's worship and admiration. To become a magnificent dragon that would safeguard his chosen. Yeah, Asahi was not a very likable character. I don't think he was meant to be, though. They made it... they did a really good job at making him hateable. Like, there's no emotion that you can have for him other than just hate. Saw him like Joffrey from Game of Thrones. I've never watched Game of Thrones, really. I watched the first episode. That was his job to cause a reaction on the players. Yeah, it really was. He was there, they made him so that you could hate him. And it made Yotsuyu more likable because of it, too. But yeah, it's funny, I never watched Game of Thrones, because I watched the first episode, and I didn't know what to expect, so I put the first episode on, and it was like, I don't know, like 2 in the morning or whatever, years ago. And I'm sitting there watching it, and it starts up, and it's basically just midget porn. And I was like, okay, this is uncomfortable, because there's people in the house sleeping, and it sounds like I'm putting on, like, you know, Pornhub in the middle of the living room. So I just turned it off and never finished it. I know that the whole show's not like that, obviously, but I was like, I just can't. You know, I don't want people seeing, you know, like thinking it's like, what the fuck is he doing out there? You know, this is weird. So I just never went back to it. And then I heard the last season was terrible, and I was like, well, if the last season is that bad, I don't really want to put the time into watching all the seasons now. I probably should at some point, though. Strange, my recollection now is not as it was before. Details once indistinct are now vivid and clear. Perhaps the Aramatama clouded my judgment. Thank you, Ray. Had you not helped me to remember my vow, I might have been lost the chance to honor Tenzin's memory forever. I need to get a new necklace. Got a candy cane bow on. Wait, where is Genbu? Has he returned to the temple without us? The bodies. Isle. Yeah, it really is funny that I got thrown into doing this part of the quest there. I really wasn't expecting to do that. How familiar am I with death and afterlife concept in this universe? Not very. I kind of get the idea, like there's a... like when somebody dies, like their ether, their soul, goes back into the... like some sort of like... back into like the universe's ether or something. I think. I don't know for sure. Live stream, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna queue up for I guess the Alliance raid. Are you good with that, Bongo? Cool. Very reincarnation-esque. Pre-incarnations. Oh. I'm sure that they have at some point. I might have just... I feel like that they've talked about that. Like, they talk about, like, what is it? Like, the past Warriors of Light? Or it's like you remind me of, like, the Warriors Light of the story or stuff like that. Like, they kind of hinted it that way, yeah. Yeah, they kind of do, actually, yeah. They keep saying that's like, you remind me of him, like you have the same aura and stuff like that. Sleepy DPS. Oh, it's this dungeon. I never ever get to do this one. I did it, I did this one once. These are the Heavensward ones, I think. Yeah, I did the Heavensward ones once, just for the storyline. And they were like way harder than the Realm Reborn Alliance raid ones. And I ended up dying like 3 or 4 times on each fight. Yeah, for story reasons they don't explicitly say so, yeah. I guess that makes sense. do like how they, in Final Fantasy, they really do take the time to explain a lot of things. Things that normally you wouldn't be like, oh, I'm curious about this. You know, why didn't they explain that? You know, like World of Warcraft, they do that a lot, for example, where they'll just gloss over something and they won't explain it. But the thing is, in WoW, they don't explain a lot of things because then they can fall back on, well, we never said how it happened. It's kind of like plot armor, in a way, where they can just go back and be like, they can retroactively like take pieces and make the Legos fit together better. Whereas in Final Fantasy, it feels like they've really planned everything out. Like all the little details, every little thing. Like the beginning of Shadowbringers, for example, is like I don't know, almost an hour and a half of just explaining things in like hyper detail. Orbs or something around here that we gotta kill, right? It's kind of funny, there's a lot of bosses like this one that remind me of World of Warcraft bosses too. Because there's a spider boss in World of Warcraft that has similar mechanics to this, where you fight her down on the floor and then she shoots you up into like a web. And you have to have one group like go down. That hurt. Or Yonji's PowerPoint presentation in Omega. Yeah, that was. He was pretty wordy there for sure. Oh shit, did I turn too soon? I think I'm okay. But yeah, that was a really cool like bit of information too. Kind of like you were saying, it's like a mind-blown moment just because so much is explained. Especially about like the history behind the Fae and whatnot. Oh, I'm so dead. Nope. Okay. I was busy trying to read chat and stuff too. I can't believe I lived through that. That was crazy. I didn't deserve to live there. But that was when Alphino was explaining like where the berries and stuff come from too. FF does it too. Yeah. No, I know that they do at some points. They don't explain everything, like, not everything. But like the best example I can think of offhand, like, was when you get to Shadowbringers, and the Exarch's like taking you through, and then they like explain why the others couldn't come back, but you can still teleport to like Ul'dah and stuff like that, and leave the zones, because you teleported like full body, and they just teleported spirit-wise. So they're basically like ghosts walking around in the Shadowbringers area. It's stuff like that, like it answered questions that I didn't know I even had. Yeah, no, it is nice how they do that. What was it in 5.3 that they do? But yeah, like World of Warcraft, Shadowlands, for example, was like... I still don't understand like what happened with that story. It didn't make any sense to me. And the explanations they gave like were just really, really inadequate. Because in Shadowlands you're basically going from the corporeal world, like you end up like going to what's it called? The afterlife. Like you end up going to heaven essentially, and they have to explain like how you're going from one to the other, and they just never really do fully. I think I need to get hit by one of these, right? Did I get it? Oh yeah, I do have a stack of it. I don't fully remember the mechanics for this fight. Yeah. They do explain why Gil works too. But yeah, that is another thing. Like they didn't really need to explain why Go worked, but they did. And then like each race also has like a different name. Out in the Shadowbringers area. Forgetting the name of it, the first. Yeah. Just they have so much attention to detail. Where like World of Warcraft, like I was saying, they don't. So I did something wrong, and I'm not sure what it was. That's what happened on the last time I did this fight too. Because I know there's like a weird mind control mechanic of some sort. Yeah, I thought I did get hit by the green, like the green purple stuff. I don't know. I know I did something wrong. I just didn't see what I did or didn't do. I'll have to go through and unlock the Stormblood stuff for the Alliance raids and whatnot. Yeah. At least Reaper's fun. It is a lot easier than Monk though. Like, way easier than Monk. One of the reasons why I like Monk so much is just the complexity that comes along with it. I feel like there's so much that it's capable of. Oh, this fight was fun. Although the only other time I did this, I should say, my entire group died. I don't really remember the mechanics for this one, though. Just very little bit, maybe. This is an optional boss in FF9? Huh. Yeah, I really do need to go through and play the other Final Fantasies. Oh, I kind of remember now. We want to get off to the side. Or was that the square? Also the pyramid. And then I guess like the longer the fight goes on, the more of those cubes get summoned. Stormblood Alliance Blades are one long homage to Valak games? Ivalus games. Tactics in 12 mainly. Oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, I definitely need to go through and do them then. If the raids are actually references to other games. Ah. Omega's reference 5 and 6. Yeah. Omega, is that the one with what's it called? Is Omega the one with Alexander or Top in it for the ultimate fights? Because I think Omega has an ultimate, right? Top is the ultimate version, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched Xenosis do some of the top on his Reclear group. Not Reclear, the Reprog group that he's been doing. I don't know if he cleared it or not with that group by now. I think he did. If he did, I didn't see it though. But he's talking about how much he hates top because it was unnecessarily like difficult even for ultimates, and it just wasn't fun to do. Omega's a boss even in number 4. Yeah, I was looking on Steam the other day, and they have a bunch of like Final Fantasy games. They have like all the old ones. Random super boss with no explanation. But they have a bunch of a whole bunch of them on Steam. And I was looking through them, and they have like the originals, and then they have like the graphical like 3D remakes for a bunch of them too. Oh, I stood in something. I looked away from the screen for a second. This was your favorite, huh? That's not one that I've heard is somebody's favorite. Usually, like, when you ask somebody, like, what their favorite Final Fantasy is, they almost always say 7. And I've never played any Final Fantasies, but that's usually what everybody says. Oh, okay, you gotta stand in those. Yeah, 7 is overhyped. Yeah. I've also heard the same thing. I've heard people say that it's the most overrated game of all time, even. I don't know if you were here while we were talking about it earlier, but it was talking about, there's this, like, retro gaming store that does YouTube Shorts or TikToks or whatever. And they were, somebody asked him, like, what's the most overrated game of all time, and he took him to Final Fantasy VII. Said that at the beginning the story was just amazing, and then the end just kind of fell apart. It wasn't very good. Hey, leveled up. But yeah, I guess I can see how 7 would be overrated. I haven't played it though, so I did watch my friend play it for about a day, but that was forever ago. And I don't really remember any of it, other than maybe a little bit about the combat. But okay. I'm going to pick up the snake quest later, because that stuff, I don't know how much is left of it, but it feels like there's going to be quite a bit. Not a huge fan of 7, yeah. Kind of makes me wonder why, like, people always say 7 is the best. Maybe it's just because it was their first one. Maybe Final Fantasy VII was, like, the first for most people. And the nostalgia kind of overpowers anything else. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing the main scenario because I don't like those. I guess I'll do the normal raid. Maybe I'll get the one that I have the quest for that too. 14, 6, 10, and then 5. I've heard a lot of people say that 10 is really good. Alright, normal raids, let's do it. The job system in 5 is really good. Yeah. But yeah, most people, in my comments, the ones that have told me that I should play another Final Fantasy game also is, they always recommend that I start with 10. 10 is like the number one that's recommended to start with. Yeah, so I don't know. I might start with 10. Because I guess it doesn't matter what order you do them in because they're not linked. I might wait for 16 and play that one first when that one comes out, but that might be a bad idea. I don't know. I guess it depends on how quickly I get through and finish Endwalker. And where I'm at in 14. Yeah, so it sounds like 10 is just a good game just in general, just the overall story and everything. Yeah, that might be a good one to start with. Because I know, I guess 16 is more action combat, it's not turn-based. Which is more my style anyways. Part of the reason why I never picked up any Final Fantasies is because of the turn-based combat. I was never super into them, turn-based stuff, until I gave Darkest Dungeon a try. That was like my first turn-based combat game that I really liked. Never did play Darkest Dungeon 2, but I should at some point. Yeah. No, it is kind of cool. I think they'll bring in a wider audience that way, because there's a lot of people that just they won't give the game a chance as a turn-based game. And for a long time, I was one of those people too. Like I said, I just was never really a fan of it. But Darkest Dungeon kind of changed my mind on that, because I loved that game, and that was, you know, it's just 2D turn-based. So. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're going to have faith in anybody, as far as the developer, Yoshi P's probably the best to be putting your faith in. That's for sure. Like, part of the reason why I stopped playing WoW is, it's not even that I don't like World of Warcraft, because classic WoW is my, probably the game that I like the most out of any game ever. Like, this is my favorite game of all time, it's just classic WoW. I'd probably still be playing that if if Blizzard wasn't such a terrible, terrible company. So. I'll have to make a video at some point just talking about like everything that happened with the guild that I was running and how toxic people were and stuff like that, and then the issues I had with the company itself. Yoshi P and his team are just incredible. You can really tell that they care deeply about the game and everything about it. And the players, you know, just the players in general too. They care a lot about the players. Oh, did he like handpick the team to make 16? Yeah. I mean, if I were Square Enix, I would probably never give the reins as far as like making a Final Fantasy game goes to anybody other than Yoshi P at this point. As long as he's willing to continue, you know, putting the effort in the way he does and continue working on the projects. Because, I mean, at some point, I'm sure he'll get tired of it. You know, or want to retire. Holy shit, that was loud. I have no idea what that was. Oh, okay. That was, got it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that in the notifications at some point. Never had that. I've never had a notification come through because I have them all turned off for Twitch, but I guess the YouTube ones don't do that. They're not the same. Yeah, he really did play a huge part in turning 14 around. Yeah. No, I just, like the, what was it, 15? That wasn't, like, super good. It was made by the company that also made that other game that just completely flopped. I have it here. Let me look. Forspoken. I don't have the game, but it's on sale. The dev team that made Forspoken, like, you can't put, yeah. So I watched, I didn't play it either, but I watched the angry review on it, Angry Joe, and he's usually like, he's really fair with his reviews and stuff, and it's almost all just based on gameplay. But I don't know who wrote the story, but I guess whoever wrote the story, and the gameplay was terrible also, by the way. Like, it was just god-awful, like, barely functional gameplay. And then he was talking about the story, and the story was, like hyper-political, as far as, like, real-life stuff getting pushed into the game. And it just made even the story was just terrible because of it, so. Like, it's cool if you make, like, organic connections to, you know, politics and stuff like that in real life, within the game and the story and stuff like that. But when it's forced on almost every level with that game, every conceivable level, and it didn't feel natural at all. Watching him play through it was just awful. So, and that was the same team that made 15, I believe, and he was saying that it showed, because 15 he also reviewed pretty poorly, I guess, because the gameplay in 15 just wasn't great. The story was fine in 15, but the gameplay wasn't, from what he was saying. So, I could be wrong, because again, I've never played 15, I've never played Forspoken. I'll never buy Forspoken either after watching him play it, because it just, I don't know. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And it's just kind of weird to see devs like that. It's a different studio, obviously, than the Japanese studio. It wasn't a Japanese studio. It's kind of weird to see devs like that work on, like, 15. And then Forspoken, and make these games that are just close to terrible. And then you also have Yoshi P also working on Final Fantasy projects and stuff like that, and they're just like night and day as far as quality goes. Yeah, maybe on a deep sale. Yeah. I don't know if I would, like, after watching, unless they fix the gameplay. But they did shut the studio down. I don't know if they're going to fix it. Yeah, but the, like he was talking about the gameplay, Angry Joe, and it's this huge open world, just absolutely massive open world, with basically nothing to do in it. Like, he's like, I'm just going to start running around, and he's running around from, you know, top to bottom, left to right, and he spends hours running around this world and sees almost nothing and does nothing because it's empty. So I don't know, like, if you want to see, you can just, you know, watch his review. Like, it was pretty scathing, even for Joe. Like, it's fun to watch him get angry about video games. It's part of the reason why I watch his stuff. I also like it when he finds a game that's just amazing, because he gets so hyped about it. But in the case of Forspoken, it was bad. It was really, really bad. Yeah, but really what I was trying to get at, it was they worked on 15. Final Fantasy 15. If I didn't play 15, obviously, but the difference between 15 and 14 or any of the other Final Fantasies, from what he said, it just wasn't a good Final Fantasy game. So I don't know how the Final Fantasy community felt about 15. I just know what Joe said about it, and he said it wasn't very good. So, alright, well, what else do I have to do? The harvest begins. I guess I could finish the Reaper stuff. That's kind of cool. So they just wanted to put diving in one of the zones, and he let them do it because they had the tech. Oh, there's a live letter tomorrow morning. That will be interesting. I think I'll actually have to tune into that one. 6.4 preview. Maybe not then, because the live letters have spoilers in them sometimes. Quite a few of them, actually. Yeah. No, like, I watched the one live letter for the graphics update, and I just skipped to where that was, and there was spoilers even in the graphics update. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense that they would just assume that. You know, I wouldn't expect them to not, because you can't really talk about a 6.4 update to the game or, you know, anything like that if you're gonna do it without spoilers. It gets annoying trying to be cryptic all the time too, to not spoil stuff. Yeah, no, if there's graphic stuff on that, I'll skip through it and I'll find the graphics part and I'll just look at that, because that was really fun. Going through that. That was one of the videos I had the most fun just making, was looking at the graphics update. I didn't expect people to watch it the way they have. That was kind of crazy, seeing the views that video got. Especially because it wasn't like current. It was like from a live letter that was 11 months old at the time when I posted that video. So, Yeah. Kind of shows how much people are like hungry for that, the graphics update and getting information on it. So. Reaper in PvP is pretty nice on secure. What is the limit break? I've never used a limit break, by the way. Oh, it has unique limit breaks. Okay. I've never used a limit break in any portion of the game, any version of the game. I've never even put it on my bars. I should, so I can actually use it in like a dungeon at some point. Because we always go without using the limit break at the end. For your first outing, you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who the slot you've thrown yourself in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemures, the Lemures, were formed to support those Garleans who live in exile. Tain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Oft to the only place to make a living is often. Shit like that throws me off when I see oft the only place, because I think it's going somewhere else, but then it doesn't. Often the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this. I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I will be working with the family in a certain family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect the scythe to be like an extension of your own body when we next speak. And now I'm done. For now. The melee limit break hits the hardest unless they changed it. Sure, you should put it on your bars, yeah. I should. Let's see. Where is it even? Under general. Main commands. Oh, that makes it easier to read a little bit. The general tab, though, where's that? General. I'm probably blind. What? What am I looking for? Literally click general. Right above main command? Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. I don't know why I didn't see that. I was looking right at it. Okay. Oh, it has a glamour plate thing. There it is, limit break. I guess Shift R. I don't hit that very often. Now I'll just have to remember to use it. I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to put it. My monk bars are full. Shift X? Yeah, Shift X will work. And I also... Let's see here. I don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure I have dancer quests over here in Gridania. Yep. While I was still playing dancer, I kept coming over here like every time I leveled up. It's like, can I do it now? Can I do it now? And it never let me do it. Technical step. There you go. Great news, Ray. It post-Moogle just dropped off this letter from Mistress Nashimira. She says the stage has all been set for the performance in Alamigo. Well, she's even scouted out what she claims to be the ideal venue to host our expedition, a village called Alagana, and it sits in the Girabanyan Highlands. Doubtless in part due to its location near the border, there is a considerable fears among the villagers that the Garleans will return and retake their home with a vengeance. In other words, it's precisely the sort of place where the Totentans is likely to strike. At any rate, Mistress Nashimira assures me that she has her secretive acquaintance have made all the necessary preparations. The Alamigan resistance, she says, has seen fit to ensure the Alaganans' most prominent resident will be in attendance. All right, Annabelle, thanks for dropping by. Have a good day. If we can perform as we did in Ishgard and swiftly dispel the darkness from their hearts, surely they will be able to influence the fellow villagers and stave off the onset of Totentans. And what did she say the very end of her letter? Ah, yes. Rana Ray. The success of our tour and the future of our trope. Speaking of class, Dark Knight, is that it? Deserves the hype it gets. I did forever ago. I was watching a streamer. This is funny. I watched a streamer for basically no reason. Every once in a while, I'll pop in and I'll watch like EverQuest streams. People playing like old school, like 1999 and stuff. Just to see what people are doing over there, because people actually still play and stream that game. It's kind of crazy. And I was watching him, and he switched over to Final Fantasy, and he was doing the Dark Knight storyline, and just talking about how awesome it was. That was a while ago, though. Rides on you. I am counting on you to rise to the occasion. Are you as excited as I am? Let's make this show for the let's make this a show for the ages. And with that, let us set out to Alagana. You must keep Mistress Nashami waiting. Yeah, the Dark Knight ones are really good. The issue with that is then I'd have to play a tank, though. Yeah. Although playing a tank's not bad. I'd rather play a tank than a healer. I was thinking about picking up Warrior. Yeah. I was thinking about picking up Warrior. Not just, like, tanking is easy or whatever, but it's, I guess tanking is easy if you're not doing, like, the harder content, because then you can't miss, like... If you miss any mitigation, the whole group's gonna wipe. Oh, you're a Warrior main? Yeah. Part of the reason why I was wanting to do Warrior is just because of the Deepest Dungeon stuff. Because I did hear that they were really good to do the 200 floors solo. PvP for Paladin. That's crazy. Paladin looks the coolest, I think, out of all the tanks. Just because of the sword and shield. Oh, Machinist is now? Yeah, I watched a video about how to do, like, which class was the best, and it was like a tier list or whatever, and they put Warrior as one of the top tier. Machinist was pretty high up there, but the video was pretty old too. Warrior's top for the newest one. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. I was gonna say I'd rather heal or rather tank than I would heal, just because. I know healers are expected to do DPS in this game as well, and it feels I don't know, like the healing in this game just sounds boring, because the DPS that you do is like a one button rotation for everybody, and then all the healing is very similar even through it, like one class to the next. At least with the DPS, there's, you know, DPS and tanks, there's diversity between each one as far as like what they're capable of and what they're good at and what they're bad at. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And I was thinking, like, I really like healing in, like, Classic WoW, for example, because you don't do DPS as a healer in Classic WoW. Like, it's, you sit back and you make sure that the tank and the group doesn't die, and that's your only responsibility. I really like that, because it's like you're playing a different game at that point than you are with everybody else, because you're not focusing on damage. And then I'd also like it if there was like a class, for example, where you could focus on damage, but your damage would heal. So instead of doing like having like main cast heals, like you don't really have any main cast heals, but you have like, as you're doing your DPS, if you're doing better DPS, you do more healing. The issue with that is it's hard to balance, because then everybody plays that one. So you would have to make sure that they couldn't heal through like burst damage, and make sure that they don't have many shields or anything like that, so that you'd have a reason to bring other healers. So you'd bring like your DPS healer and then your main healer. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I understand how it's supposed to work. It's just, I don't know. I don't really have too much interest in it as far as like healing goes. You feel more like a support than an actual healer in a way. Even though like dancers and bards and stuff are really meant to be the main like supports. Omni 90 a couple weeks ago. What's Omni 90? Yeah. There you are, Ray. Have you by chance seen Mistress Nashmira? I can't find her anywhere, but I'm sure she'll be along soon. I know she wouldn't miss our performance for the world. All classes at 90. Damn, okay. That's pretty awesome, actually. That's pretty impressive. It's a lot of work to get all those up. Oh, crafters too? Dang. I haven't done anything with crafting. And look at what I found. I scoured the troops' wardrobe and found outfits befitting our grand final. One thing's for certain, we'll be dressed to impress. And remember, mum's the word about the Totentans. Alright? We want our audience to enjoy the performance without worrying themselves with the terrible truth behind it all. Well, then whenever you're ready to take the stage, you know where to find me. Okay. Yeah, no, they really do. Like, I'm trying to... I gotta get the Reaper up if I'm actually gonna play it and level it a little bit more through the MSQ. What do I have here? Like, I got my Black Mage to 60. That was my first job, I guess. But level sync with Black Mage is literally the worst thing in the entire game. I'd rather die than do that. So I just won't play Black Mage. So and that was when I was like, you know what, I need to pick something else. And I unlocked Dancer then, and I'm 76 with Dancer. And then I got bored with Dancer because it was too easy. It was like the opposite of Black Mage. And then I picked up Monk, and that's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not even that it was hard. It was while I was playing Black Mage, it was like I'm level 60 on the Black Mage, and I had not done any level 60 content at all. because Duty Finder just kept putting me in like 50 or below. So I had like all this cool stuff unlocked for level 60, and I was never getting to use it. You know, and I'd get thrown in like Copperbell Mine, and it's like, oh, this is great. I wish in a way, they would just scale the damage that you do instead of taking abilities away. So for level sync, it would like sync your damage down so that you're not doing too much damage. Instead of taking abilities away. I understand why they do it. It's just really frustrating. Especially how jarring it is on Black Mage, because it changes so much from, you know, like 50 to 60, 60 to 70. It's so jarring. It's like playing a completely different class every 10 levels. They fixed some of the bits of the rotation, but Black Mage rotation changed drastically. Yeah, that's literally what I was saying. Yeah, yeah. Every 10 levels, it changes so much. It's too much change, really. Maybe if they fixed it so that it wasn't that big of a change going from one expansion to the other. But I guess they have like the item level like locked raids and stuff, so that you can do it like harder. I don't know. Maybe if they removed like the level sync abilities for the majority of the game, but then for specific content they put it back in. Because I don't really see the point to like, oh, why can't I use my main abilities while doing Copperbell Mine? You know, you could just scale the damage way down so that I'm not doing way more DPS. Instead of making it so I only have 2 abilities, you know, or 1 button to push for some classes. So. But yeah, I gotta get Reaper up so that I can start doing the MSQ with Reaper too, because I'm already level 81 with Monk. Yeah, I wouldn't know where to begin with it either. I think they're in too deep with it. They just got to keep going. I just wish it wasn't that way. This is it, Ray. Ready to raise the curtain on our final act. Proceed. Unable to commence duty. What did I need? Duty as disciple. The Land of Hand? Or while in a party. Oh. Okay. I gotta leave the group long, I think. Let's see. Yep. I didn't realize what that was. I really appreciate you doing Duty Finder with me, by the way. That was awesome. So close, yet so far. For all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art. We bring our art to yours. Our art to yours. Why is that hard to say those words together? Hailing from Radaz at Han across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent trope falsium. Today we perform for you the ancient dance of our ancestors, a spectacle to stir the heart, enrich the mind, and chase away the shadows of doubt that plague your soul. Feast your eyes upon the Kriegstanz. Just random German. kind of cool. It reminds me of some stuff from Mists of Pandaria, World of Warcraft. Right on cue. Alright, right. Let's take out the nasty thing before our audience realizes it's not just for show. Just look at those enraptured faces. The excitement in the air is almost palpable. They know they're about to get a show, and the likes of which they'll never see, never seen. Yep, Shaw vibes, exactly. The Alamegans are counting on us, Ray, and in more ways than they themselves even know. We must dance, and not stop dancing till every last shadow has been purged from their hearts. This is a performance This is the performance we were born to give. Yeah, it is really good music. I really liked, like, at the beginning with the emphasis on the clapping too. You can still hear it there, but it's not like as emphasized as it was. Yeah, no, they really are. The dev team is just crazy. I guess when you think about it, it really is just an all-star cast. As far as like game devs go. the only lead for the Doma half of Stormblood, and full lead for starting of Shadowbringers. Gotcha. I didn't know they were rotating through writers like that. I suppose it makes sense because there's so much story. Like, there's multiple novels of story in there. Yeah, because the Doma part of Stormblood was my favorite part. And then, well, other than the ending, the post-Stormblood stuff, that stuff was pretty incredible too. And then obviously Shadowbringers has been crazy. I'm glad that this week is basically kind of calmed down for me as far as like work goes, so I can start playing through MSQ and stuff here soon. I haven't been doing it today because I'm trying to catch up on other stuff in the game. But next stream I'll be doing MSQ for sure. Mistress Namashira. Oh, I know you wouldn't miss our grand final. And your dancing. Why, you were every bit as enchanting as I remembered from all those years ago. Sharing the stage with you truly was the dream come true. I simply had to make amends for my embarrassing display in Gridania. Did I not? My wounds had all but healed entirely, so I redoubled my training efforts and redoubled my training efforts after arriving here in Alamigo. I dare say I feel as spry as I have in years. And yet, there can be no doubt you and Ray were the true stars today. To think that you have come so far in such a short span of time. Mayhap I should have just admired your performance from the wings instead of stepping in. Tut tut, Mary. I seem to recall you telling me just the other day that the girl was still not ready for the spotlight. You know me, Lahamin? I am strict. I am strict with my students because I expect only the best from them. And these two have done me proud today. Fancy meeting you here, Ray. I must admit, it gave me quite a start. When my Maria. Okay. It gave me quite a start when my Maria here told me that you, of all people, had joined the merry little troop. Maria and I go far. Far back, you know. After those horrific events unfolded in Ul'dah, I hid away in Thavnir for some time. It was then that we first made each other's acquaintance. So long, song and dance go together rather well, needless to say. I'm forgetting who this person is. And our friendship rapidly blossomed. When she turned to me for assistance in planning the troop Falseem's tour in Eorzea, I was more than happy to do my part. It does not surprise me that an accomplished adventurer would have many friends across the realm, but never would I have suspected you and my dear Lahamin here were so close. Truly fate must have brought us together for a reason. I feel the same. Your presence alone has motivated me to grow in ways I never would have thought possible. You have given me courage, strength, and determination to be more than what I was. Lamin? Got it. Thought I recognized that face from somewhere. From Liberator of Alamigo to Traveling Performer, eh? Not a path I'd have predicted, but I am hardly surprised to see you emerge triumphant in whatever you do, aye? That was truly a performance for the ages. It's kind of cool how they brought this guy from, I feel like I remember his face. How they brought him back from MSQ and into this dancer stuff. Here in Alagana, we don't get much exposure to foreign cultures. Rather stimulating that was. Especially the grand final, where you crashed off those bloody shadow beasts. Got the blood pumping, I'd say. I only wish there was more we could do to show you our appreciation. Think nothing of it, my good sir. Just knowing that we've brought a measure of joy to Alamigo in a time of need is reward enough for us. Too kind you are, miss. The road ahead of us is a long one, but thanks to you, we can stride down it with the spring in our step. Know that our village is always open to you, should you ever be willing to grace us with another performance. Farewell, friends. Phew. For a second, I thought he'd realized the true nature of those shadows, but no. Threat of the Totentans. They couldn't make that harder to say if they wanted to. The Totentans is gone for now, and it seems no one's the wiser. That is heartening indeed, and with that, we should prepare for our departure. The Alamegans were kind enough to invite us in these trying times. We mustn't linger so long that our presence becomes a burden. I too should be on my way. It was a pleasure and an honor both to see you on the stage. Pleasure and an honor both to see you on the stage again. Okay. Maria and you should... My eyes are going numb. I've got a ring light in front of my face so that the VTuber thing picks up and it's hard to like read past the light. Maria and I as well, Ray. Till our paths cross again. Go in safety. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny because I had to get a light specifically to shine directly on my face. Because if the light is coming top down, like a normal light, it casts shadows over your face, and then the face tracking doesn't work with the VTuber model very well. And it does really weird things. So having a light directly in front of my face, shining at my face, and then reading the screen, it adds another level to it, I guess, as far as like nuisance. After a while, my eyes get tired more quickly. Well, that's the last of it. Our props are packed up, and we're ready to take to the road. I must say, it's a touch bittersweet knowing that this is our last performance, but I suppose even the best things must come to an end. Mistress Nashmira will go ahead to Limsa Laminsa to secure us passage back to Radzathan. Yeah, Radzathan. You'll stop by to see us off, yes? We'd like to pay you your proper thanks before taking our leave of this land. So this is the end of the dancer story, huh? Oh, not until Endwalker? Am I seeing it out of order because of my character dancer's level or something? Oh, not in a voice line. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, even in 1.0. I've been looking into some 1.0 stuff recently, and there's some interesting stuff. I'm really gonna have to take time to watch those, like the No Clip documentary, and there was one other one too, just to get a history of the game. Ray, I'm so touched. You really did come to see us off. Thank you ever so much for all you've done. It was an honor to tour Eorzea with you and bring strength to and succor to its people. No, that was me. Sorry. Yeah. No, I need to turn what is that? The streamer mode back on Discord. I set it so that it would never turn on because every time I opened up OBS, it would turn on thinking I was going to stream. But I wasn't. It was before I was streaming, and now that I'm streaming, I need to turn it off. So, yeah, that's my bad. You have my gratitude as well, Ray. The people whose hearts you have touched will, in turn, inspire others. Yes, before long, the dance of the damned will be but a memory. And yet, until that time, we cannot let down our guard. I propose that we extend our tour in Eorzea, in the event that there are yet people in this realm who still require our aid. So they're not going back? Do you truly mean this, Mistress Nashmira? Ray and I can keep dancing together? In good time, Rana, yes. But Ray is an adventurer, and one whose services are justifiably in high demand. It would not be very considerate of us to monopolize her services for our ends. And so we bid you farewell for now. Rana and I will remain in Limsa and consult with Master Gegaruju. Yeah, Gegaruju. About potentially extending our tour to new locations. Pray come back to visit with us on occasion, yes? Rana gets awfully lonely without company. Hey, that's not... well, I suppose it is true. Keep dancing, Ray, and let us eagerly await the day that we can take the stage together anew. Alright. Better late than never. I'm assuming that I've had this unlocked for a little while now, the technical step. Yeah, level 70. I have had it unlocked for quite a while. Well, I know it's a quest reward, but I mean, like, I could have done the quest way sooner than when I did. Because it requires level 70. Yeah, it required at level 70, and level 77 now? Was 76 just a minute ago on my dancer, so passed it by a little bit before I picked the quest up. Yeah. Because when I was still playing the Dancer, like, mainly, before I leveled Monk up, I was, like, that was the quest that I was stuck on. And, because I didn't do, like, a specific, I hadn't reached a specific point in the story yet to be able to do it. And then I leveled up Monk and kind of forgot that I had that there. And I just remembered earlier, because I was doing the Reaper stuff, it's like, oh, that's right, I haven't done that one. I bet I have it unlocked, so I went and did it. But yeah. I'm gonna have to get a glamour for my my Reaper now. So I'm all set up on my Dancer. Reaper's the only one that I don't have a good glamour for. Although this gear is really cool. It's very edgy. Yeah. I'll have to work on that in my free time, I think. I would go to the market board to try and find some stuff, but I don't want to spend the gil on it. I know I'm going to need gil later, and I don't know how to make gil other than just doing MSQ and playing the game and stuff. So, gonna save it when I can. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Been going for about 5 hours. Wait, you haven't unlocked Combat Chocobo yet? No. I have not unlocked the Combat Chocobo. Yeah, thanks, Bongo. But yeah, no, I haven't done anything with the Chocobo, just mostly because I really hate pets in games. Like in World of Warcraft, I refuse to play a hunter because I don't want a pet. Warlocks, I like warlocks, but I also don't like pets. As far as the demons and stuff go. Oh, I didn't even know they could heal. Yeah. I know people have told me, it's like, oh, you need to do that, you need to do that. And it's like, yeah, but why? Yeah. So. I know I don't have to have it out. I probably should just to get rid of the prompt. But DPS tank or healer. Okay. Yeah, I know I was watching, man, what's her name? Wow, I can't remember her name. Oh, it's like on the tip of my tongue. She's probably one of the biggest Final Fantasy streamers. Has like a southern accent, lived in Ukraine. I don't remember who I can't remember her name for some reason. She was talking about how she only was able to level up Paladin. Yeah, Zepla. She said she loves Paladin, but she was only able to level it up because of the Chocobo. She couldn't do it without the Chocobo because the Chocobo could heal her. So, yeah. Yeah, Zepla's cool. But, yeah, that was like one of the last things I saw from her was that, so. Makes a, yeah. Although, like, I haven't really had any issues at all. Like, there hasn't been a moment where it's like, I'd say like 99% of the time while I'm out in the open world, I just don't feel in danger on any level. You know, it's not like coming from like older games. You know, like I guess RuneScape or you know referencing classic WoW again. You know, it's like if you, as a warrior in classic WoW, when you're leveling up, if you pull 2 mobs, like you might die. And it's gonna be you know if you do live, it's gonna be a real struggle. And if you pull 3 mobs, you're toast. So. Yeah, I guess I haven't really done Fates. I did them like a long time ago, but I never really did them much. I just rediscovered the challenge log the other day because I was using challenge log to like level up my dancer or whatever after I had boosted. Because like when I played last, I boosted another job, and then I used that as a way to get access to unlocking the dancer, and then I unlocked the dancer, and I started, you start at level 60, I think, and I wanted to get into Shadowbringers stuff, so I was using the challenge log, completing the challenge log and stuff to get XP boosts, and that was when I was doing Fates, because there's one thing in here where it's, I never did guild hests. I'm not seeing it right now, but there's one in here for completing Fate. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. You get the XP boost for completing 5 Fates and 10 Fates. Yeah. Guild hests are like group leaves or something, right? I don't think anybody does them. I don't think anybody does leaves anymore either. So... But yeah, I was using this. That was the only time I ever did Fates, was when I was completing the challenge log for XP. So. But yeah, so I'm gonna head off. I think I'm gonna grab some dinner, and possibly be back tomorrow afternoon. And get started with some of the MSQ. Maybe I'll just do some leveling on my own to get this Reaper up, so that I can start doing some MSQ that way with the Reaper. Because my monk is already pretty over-leveled. To the point where all the content that I'm doing, I'm getting, you know, downscaled, like level synced anyways. So, yeah. And thank you guys for showing up. Like, it was awesome to have people to talk to and chill out with and just, you know, talk games and stuff like that. So, yeah. I hope you guys have a really good evening. You as well, Bongo. You take care.